10 seconds.
Recording in progress.
All right, I'm calling to order our regular board meeting of Tuesday, November 16th. Can we get a roll call?
Student trustee Lara?
Here.
Student trustee Dana?
Here. Here.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd?
Here.
Trustee Davidson?
Here.
Trustee Jerome?
Here.
Vice President Doss?
Here.
President Hinckley?
Here.
Superintendent Wells?
Here.
Thank you.
Great. We will now, I will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance for those who want to join. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can we have our reading of the mission and vision statement and meeting norms, please, by our student board members?
Yes. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student.
Our meeting norms are as follows. Maintain a focus on what is best for our students, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully, endeavor to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs and what is best for students, and making a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind, while others are allowed to express their own points of view, even if one disagrees.
Great, thank you so much. We took no action in closed session this evening. We need to approve our agenda tonight. We have one proposed change, which is to swap items 12B and 13A. So moving up item 13A, the technology updates, to 910, and moving the educator effectiveness block grant after that. So if someone's willing to propose that change as a motion.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Superintendent Wells. Yeah,
Madam Chair, before that, is there a possibility to do something somewhat revolutionary? Because waiting till 9:10 to present, is there any way to bring it up sooner, i.e. maybe table the board reports and the superintendent reports to later? I just came to me right now, so my apologies for not giving you a heads up. But I'm trying to see if there's any way to move the students and the teachers up sooner, opposed to waiting till 9 o'clock.
well, my concern is that the students are planning to show up at 8:25, so they may not be ready to start earlier.
Excellent, thank you for that.
So can we get a motion?
I move that we amend the agenda to have the technology presentation come before the teacher grants. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me.
I second that.
Student trustee Dana?
Yes.
Student trustee Lara?
Yes.
Trustee Jerome?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we now move on to our spotlight for tonight, which is the Albany Middle School and Albany High School theater programs. And I'm going to, we have one student board member very excited about this agenda item. Ms. Shen, do you need help promoting some of our panelists?
Yes, we have quite a few. Second.
All right,
We're
I
gonna do,
see a couple of them.
I think we're starting with the AMS. There are two presentations. AMS is gonna go first and then at the high school.
Great. So I'm gonna I think we've moved the two theater director, program director folks up onto panelists. So you two should take it away.
Good evening. I'm Amy Penny. I'm the theater director at Albany Middle School. And Annie J., do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself now?
Hi, yeah, I'm Annie J. Fishberg. I'm the theater producer at the high school.
Great. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to be here. Thank you, President Hinckley and Vice President Doss and all the trustees and the student board members. So glad to see you. And thank you, Superintendent Wells. It's wonderful to be able to share what we do in the theater departments. So we do have a slideshow to share. Is that working for you, Julie?
I'm going to bring it up right now.
Great, thank you. So I will just say this. I think that theater is a place where students really find community and a place where they can belong and a place that they really get to enact some socio-emotional learning and make long-lasting friendships. And that's really our goal. And I think that we always do that, but I think it has been super important post-pandemic, what we do. The students are just so jazzed to come to club meetings and rehearsals, and I'm so happy to be a part of it. So AMS Theater, we imagine, envision, create, and perform, but the most important thing I think that we do is belong. The students, through those first four words, find a place where that they can belong. All right, thank you. We can continue. So the Albany Middle School theater program, we have trimester 7th grade drama classes. We do in-class performances. We invite other classes to watch the students perform. And then we have semester 8th grade theater classes, also in-class performances there. And then just last year, we started a semester 8th grade theater production class. And this class creates the technical elements for our spring school play, which is traditionally a musical. And we also have an after-school program, an after-school drama club. We meet weekly. It's open to all students. They learn theater skills. The most important thing, again, we do is create community. And we produce 2 productions per year, a scene showcase in the winter and the AMS school play in the spring. So we are having some productions this year. January 13th, 14th, 20th, and 21st will be our winter scene showcase. It'll be at the Performing Arts Center at the Annex. And the families of the participants are going to be invited. We still need to keep numbers down for COVID reasons. So that's going to be an invitation only performance. We have reservations for our AMS Spring Musical in the Little Theater at the high school, May 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. And fingers crossed, maybe we get to have a little larger audience then. We'll see. So I have just a lot of slides of past production so you can kind of see all the kids together and how they're enjoying things and the production values that we have. This was from Annie several years ago. And you can see how many students are on stage. Everybody that wants to be a part of it gets to be a part of it. We're very inclusive. And so they really have to learn how to cooperate with each other. Fiddler on the Roof we did in 2017, I believe. That was a huge cast and a well-received show. And Alice in Wonderland, we got to have a lot of fun with the tech, and a lot of the parents got involved and helped the students make these wonderful things. And you can see, like on the left, that's a whole cast shot. That actually, Alice in Wonderland was kind of average sized cast and crew for us. So you can see how many students we serve. And this was the last big live production we got to do in 2019, Once on This Island. Very colorful, very vibrant show. And I happen to have a lot of great photos of this one because a theater crew student from the past who went to the high school had gotten really into photography. So he took all these wonderful photos for us. They come back and help us. They get to act out a lot of emotion too on stage.
Sorry, I'm having some technical issues myself. 1 second.
It's okay.
Back.
I know that
Wants to play that video. I'm gonna stop for a second.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, so we did, while Julie's just getting that ready, I can tell you in 2020, we did a scene showcase on, actually it was 2021, early 2021. It was our first online show. And that was really an experience. It was totally different, but we kept theater going as much as we could. And I think the students really enjoyed it. And there were 5 student-written pieces in that production. And then last spring, we did a full-length play. It was a dramedy written by 2 7th graders. And it had a cast of 23. And we broadcast that to the public. And yeah, so our first online show was The Show Must Go On, and the second show was called Once Upon a Virus. You can imagine what that was about. Yeah, and it was quite successful. So I had a video. Oh, there we go. So there's some clips, some photos from The Show Must Go On. We learned a lot about video editing. These students are just so motivated and to do what they want to do that they learned all new kinds of ways to present theater. It's amazing. A few more from there. There's our Once Upon a Virus cast. And we have a tradition here of producing theater. And I think you'll see the kids just love it. Okay, I don't think the video played all the way, but that's okay. I'll talk a little bit about our funding. So we have optional parent and guardian donations. Any kid can participate, but we do ask, and there are families that are very generous in the Albany community. So we appreciate you so much. We receive grants from Albany Performing and Fine Arts Boosters and Albany Education Foundation every year. Those are really helpful to us. Thank you so much, PFAB and AEF. And box office sales. And box office sales are really the bulk of our income for the program. So we do not receive district funding, and we have not received site funding in the past, but that is something that's being discussed now. To pay for our expenses, we need to sell tickets to our shows. So as you can imagine, this proved problematic in 2020 and spring of 2021. So we really need funds to keep this program solvent. But you have a backstage pass now because you're going to hear from some participants in the drama club, and they're going to talk about what they enjoy about AMS theater and maybe any valuable experiences that they've had in the program. So Estrella, are you on with us? And you can probably stop the share now, Julie. Thank you so much.
Hi, yeah. My internet is a little unstable, so I'm trying to find a good place where my internet is working. So just give me a second.
Sure. We can hear you well. And Estrella is the drama club president this year. And Estrella, maybe I'll go ahead and recognize someone else to speak until you get where you need to be. I see Ben Ruby is here with us, and Ben's an 8th grader. He's been participating with us this is his 3rd year. Go ahead, Ben.
Hi, so my name is Ben Ruby, and I'm in 8th grade. I've been in drama club all 3 years I've been at AMS, and it's become really important to me, especially throughout online learning. Last year was hard on a lot of people, and for me, drama club was kind of like a place for me to, well, unmute and share my ideas with people who would accept them. And drama club is like a place where I can't feel embarrassed because everybody cheers me on no matter what. It's like a place where I can show my weird side and everybody likes it. Drama club is a place where I can be myself. So thanks, Miss Penny, for creating a place where I can be who I want to be.
Oh, thank you, Ben. Thank you for being a part of it. Estrella, I saw you pop up. Are you still there?
Hey, so I found a good place.
Great. Do you want to tell us, I know you are actually new to AMS, but you have a lot of experience with theater, and you came in and you're just so involved and engaged, and you're our drama club president. You want to talk about any of your experience with drama club so far?
Yeah, sure. So I've been in a lot of productions before, but I actually have never been in a drama club or anything like that, except for in 7th grade, I was at a online school called K-12, and we did have a drama club there, and we did a musical online. A bunch of 7th graders wrote it, and it was about these 4 kids that were playing Candyland, and then they fell into the board game, and they had to solve like a mystery about why there was a virus in Candyland, making all the candies go like brown and stuff instead of bright and colorful. Totally not based on real events. And I was one of the leads in that, and I was not the president. There were no presidents in that, but it was definitely really interesting to create an entire musical over it, like online. Because, you know, obviously there's Zoom problems, internet problems, and yet we were still able to record a production with our own clothes for costumes we had at home, putting on our own makeup, using Zoom backgrounds and all that stuff to create like Candyland and other things. So it was really interesting, actually, and a lot of fun.
I'm so glad. And have you found that drama club, maybe because you're new to Albany Middle School, has it been in a place where, you know, you're kind of finding some connection and some community?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I did not expect to be drama president the first year going to AMS, but I definitely find that like literally the day after I had been voted in, someone came up to me and they were just like, "Hey, I'm just really glad you're drama club president. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And I was like, wow, because the community is a lot more loving than I thought it was going to be and a lot more welcoming. And I definitely appreciate that.
Oh, well, we appreciate you being here. So I don't see Avery or Aitana. Were they on tonight?
Neither of them emailed me, so I wouldn't.
Okay, all
I
right.
think one of them we just moved one up.
Oh, there's Aitana. Thank you so much. Aitana, did you want to talk a little about your experience with Drama Club?
Sure. So, hi everybody. My name is Aitana, and I've been a part of the AMS Drama Club since 6th grade. For me, Drama Club has always been a place to like escape my daily school life and just let loose and have fun. And I always strive to make it as fun as possible for other people as well. Considering how difficult it was to connect with everyone online last year, Drama Club is now one of the things I look forward to the most every week. Just being able to work and collaborate with my peers in person is a truly magical experience every time. And another wonderful thing that I'm so grateful for is that we're able to put on more shows now. Like our winter showcase is coming up, and then our spring musical, and just, getting more skills and learning new techniques. It's truly such a fun and exciting experience to be able to be a part of this community. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Aitana. Thank you all the students for joining, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fishberg.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for that great presentation, Amy. It's so fun to hear a little bit about what's going on at the middle school and get a little preview of the future high school students that I'm going to get to be working with. It was so fun to meet you. Can we get Katie to be promoted to a panelist? She's one of ours. And we have a little presentation as well. Julie, do you want me to share my screen, or do you have it?
I have it. One moment.
Thank you. So I'm going to do just like a tiny bit of the presentation, and then I have our amazing Cynthia and Katie who are here, who are on our theater council, and they'll do most of the presentation for me. So the high school runs just a little bit differently than the middle school because we don't have any drama classes at the high school. I think that we have in the past once or twice, but I think part of the middle school is just so chock full of electives that it's hard to get that extra drama class in there. And so all of the theater work that we do at the high school is all after school. So I, as the theater producer, I teach like a full teaching schedule, and then I also run theater after school. And then all of the adults that we have working with us, we either hire or they're adult volunteers. And so we try to hire as many people who can share their expertise, who can help support our productions as we can, while balancing kind of the finances of it. So the other piece that we have at the high school that is super helpful is we have our amazing student theater council. And theater council is a group of 7 students who comes together every year to kind of help run and plan all of theater. So I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia and Katie, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about kind of what high school theater is like and what council is all about.
Well, start off. Hi, everyone. I'm Cynthia. To talk about theater and theater council, it's just an emphasis on how diverse we are as a group of people, as a group of personalities. There's a way that we embed everyone's interests into everything that we do, and to accomplish a common goal that we're all usually very, very happy with at the end of the day. And we have a huge variety of persons and personnels who we get to work with, people who are more outgoing, people who are more shy, people who are more tech focused, and people who are more artistic. There's just a long list of people, and every single one, this is on the next slide, by the way. And this is all, they are all needed and all are able to make up what we call our theater program here at the Albany High School. And so we value every one of their opinions, and it's just so great to see all of that come together and see all of that work like a nice, well-oiled machine. Katie?
Yeah, it really is. Theater truly is, I feel like, a blessing. It's helped a lot of people, and we have a very diverse range of people. I've been doing Albany theater since 8th grade, and it's just gotten like better as the years go on. We get to learn like actually a lot of like real world skills, which I feel like a lot of other clubs or classes don't really have the opportunity to do. Techies get to work with very complex equipment like the lighting booths and doing all the sound and getting to work with like the curtains and like how they work. It's like a very complex system, and it's very actually it's very impressive that they can do it without messing up. There's a lot of creative problem solving that goes into it as well, and a lot of communication, because a lot of things can go wrong in theater, and it takes like a lot to kind of get to a place where we can all communicate with each other and fix what needs to be done. But I feel like we all do a really good job of that. Everybody gets to kind of like express themselves in different ways. We learn really how to cooperate as a team too, because a lot of us are meeting for the first time, and you know, we're just trying to like figure out how to talk to each other and get things to run as smoothly as we can. Yeah, self-expression is a big part of it. There's a lot of different people in theater ensemble. Like Cynthia said, it's very diverse, and we're all working together as a team to get to a very like very big end goal. And that does include like taking directions. A lot of people like are not very good with it when they start in ensemble, but as the year progresses, we get like better at learning how to take direction without like having a negative reaction to it. So there are a lot of real world skills that do come out of it. So just to like summarize, the techie and stage crews get to learn how to work with intricate equipment. The actors get to learn how to express themselves in many different ways. And the different departments within theater really get to provide opportunity for a wide range of experiences, no matter where your interests lie within theater. So, yeah, Cynthia?
I'm so sorry. I have to apologize. My mouse is freaking out on you guys. So I don't know what's happening.
I'd be happy to share my screen if that's easier.
That might be easier since you know the presentation. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm gonna give it to you. 1 second. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Carry on. I'll try to click next slide when I need to.
So next we have this theater boosts school spirit, and it's crazy the number of people who come out to see us and what we do and what we put our hard work, blood, sweat, and tears into. No matter it being in person, in the little theater, online, or even in Memorial Park on a weekend, there's so many people who come, and it's not just family members. There are friends and people outside of our community willing to contribute to such a beautiful program. And that's what we get to see with every single one of our productions. One, we support you. We thank you so much for supporting us and putting in your time, your energy in this. But even that reflects how much theater is needed and how much, and with that giving us inspiration to continue and move on and prosper and make bigger, better shows just for you. And with your continued support with PFAB's continued support, we go on and on and on to do such amazing things. So it's great to see all of our friends, people weirdly you wouldn't expect to come to shows, who are coming there not just for our friends, and who come for their friends and stay for the shows. It's just really great, and it's a really good way to find a sense of community and bonding with the people you'd never expect to find that with.
Yeah, so next we're going to talk a little bit about council. Students practice planning, communication, collaboration, and leadership. And we are challenged with the work that goes into every show, because student council is responsible for choosing directors and the shows that we're going to put on. And I'm like planning out how the year is going to go. We have a lot of very diverse people in council with a lot of very different ideas. So communication is really key, and it's really something that we work on along with planning, collaboration, and leadership, because, you know, we kind of are the deciders on how the year is going to go. And I just want to, going back to what Cynthia just said, I would like to say that, yeah, theater does definitely boost school spirit. I can say from personal experience, because I had a very hard time my 2 underclassmen years, and theater very much helped me get through that. And it really is amazing to see how everything goes. Yeah.
So after hearing all of that, you're probably wondering, how can you help us? How can you support us? And although you do so much right now, just being here, listening to this, things that we'd love, things that would better promote our program is more money, better equipment, more resources, just to make better shows, to give you guys a production that you will value as much as we do. With the more resources that are put in, more comes out of it in quality, in spirit, and in value, really. And then transitive property, like money to shows, it makes what we do worthwhile. Although we do it for you, we with more, like I said, with more resources, we can allocate that to bigger, better, more valuable productions. And then, so if you really want to find the heart, the core ways to help us out, it would be with your money, and just so that you can see what we can put that money to and what we can use with it to make something even better.
Yeah, and then here we just have some quotes from ensemble members. I believe we asked people what they like about theater. We have a quote here from Ollie O'Brien, who is a sophomore at Albany High School. And he says, building bonds with people that have the same interests as me is what he likes about theater. And I know that there are other people that feel the same. And then we have another quote from June Ritzman, who I believe is also a sophomore, that says her favorite part is getting to know people and having fun with them. And really that's what theater is all about. Just like getting together with your peers and being able to be yourself and being able to have fun in a safe place.
So I surprised them by putting this slide in. So I thought I would jump in. I just wanted to do a little plug for our spring musical, which is March 10th, 11th, and 12th. We just closed on our fall show, which you saw some photos of. It was our first in-person show in a long time. It was outside, which is exciting. And we're with you, Miss Penny, fingers crossed that our spring musical will be able to be indoors, with maybe slightly larger audience, but we'll see what's decided on that.
So thank you so much for listening to this presentation, taking away what you could take away from this presentation. And if you can, come support us at our next show. The one that Ms. Fishberg just told you all about. Thank you, PFAP. Thank you to all of the organizations that help theater thrive in Albany, because you mean so much for us. We do it for you. We do it for everyone who comes and supports. And we're just so lucky to be able to be part of such a wonderful program.
Awesome. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I wanted to hear about. So thank you so much, Ms. Fishberg and Ms. Penny, for everything that you've done to bring these programs along. I just, we had a similar experience in our last spotlight of just hearing how important it is for students to really be able to, be themselves, find their people, find their place, be able to find their sort of authentic potential and be given the opportunity to realize it. It's everything we're supposed to be doing, right, as a community and a school district. And I just love hearing about it. And thank you for emphasizing the ways in which the district, could support you more. So thanks again. And thanks, to the students. I went to some of the online shows. I've been to the in-person shows. It's an awesome program. You all should all go to the musical, even if you have to spy on it in some form. So hopefully we'll all be able to be there together. But I want to give other board members a chance to comment on just what a great program, what a great reflection of everything we should be doing. Go ahead, Trustee Boyd.
I'll just really quickly say thank you so much to the teachers and students who presented today. It was a wonderful presentation, super informative, really fun. As a former musical theater kid myself, it was a huge part of my high school experience in particular, and middle school experience a bit. And I just really want to applaud the high school students who are on the council, who take such responsibility over the shows that are put forth. I mean, that's, not a level of responsibility that I was currently, or that I personally had until I was in college. So it's really awesome that you're, and I know it's a lot of work. I'm sure it's a lot of work, and hopefully really rewarding too when you get to see what you're able to put forward. But that's, I'm sure it's a great experience, and I really respect how much time and energy and effort must go into making all of these wonderful productions. And I look forward to, I've got a middle schooler who's in the drama club, and I know that she is excited to continue with it, and look forward to seeing productions going forward. So thank you for presenting tonight.
Trustee David.
I just so appreciate seeing this, and I actually have a meeting with some of the PFAB members about a fundraiser this week, and now I'm like super invigorated about how we can talk about raising more funds to support this amazing thing. And I feel really fortunate that this is here in our community. My kids, I think you might have seen them, were like, what's going on? We want to hear this. And they were just so thrilled. I'm going to go back and show them the past productions. And when we drove by Memorial Park, they saw the scene up and they said, what's that? We need to go. So I can see that this really does bring our community together. And I just love that it's here. And don't worry, there will be many discussions about ways we can support more and better as a district, and not just have it all come from the outside. So thank you so much.
Trustee Dana.
Yeah, if you need one more person to attest to how amazing these programs are, how amazing Ms. Penny is, how amazing Ms. Fishberg is, and how many friends I've made. Hi, Katie. Hi, Cynthia. It's crazy just thinking about how much theater at the Albany schools have influenced me. It's really great to see all of you guys here. I'm so much in support of everything that you all do. I know Theater Council is a whole slew of work. There's so much work that everybody puts into this. And the shows are incredible, and it was really great just having memories come back. I saw the one Once on This Island slide with it was really fun having this presentation and getting to really share or seeing you guys get to share all of the triumphs that you've had with all of our productions in the past, and I'm excited to see what is is going on in the future. I'm excited to attend the different musicals and everything. So thank you so much for coming tonight. It's really great to see all of you.
Trustee Lyra.
I definitely want to echo what Allison said. I think it's fantastic to like take a trip down memory lane again and like revisit theater at the middle school and see theater at the high school. These are truly like such enriching programs with so many life skills to be taught, and any student that engages in them, like they will walk away learning something, and this will be an experience that they remember forever. Like being able to collaborate with others and put on a show, and like really, if you're like an actor, you have to like put in that effort into memorizing lines, really being conscious about the way that you present yourself. And then behind the scenes, like developing all these technical skills, you just learn so much, and then you make so many friends if you have the ability to. And yeah, it's such a wonderful experience for students. And I know that our theater producers put in so much work as teachers, and also just as like producers in general. And we're so grateful for the both of you, Miss Fishbury and Miss Penny. And I look forward to being in the spring musical when I audition for sure. And thank you all for coming here, and students as well. It's great hearing your voices, and I miss you guys, and I love you guys so much. And yeah, I can't wait to see more from everybody.
Vice President Doss.
Yeah, I just want to echo all the things that everyone else said. A long time ago, I was in a play called The Wiz. And so I got to see firsthand like everything that goes into productions, and all the preparation that goes into it. So this is a great example of, hard work and dedication. And I think that really teaches the students a lot and gives them a lot of tools that they're going to use, when they're older, to really kind of help them thrive. So it's a great program. I really enjoyed hearing about everything tonight. And I hope it sounded as if that there's not funding from the district, but there's still all these wonderful things that are happening. But I think it's a great opportunity for us to be more involved and to really kind of help things along. So I look forward to hearing all the amazing ideas that our superintendent has that he's thinking about. So I'm sure that he will follow up on a later date for all the ideas he has to help enhance the already thriving program that you all have. And by the smile on his face, looks like he caught what I was throwing. So that works. And I will end with save me a seat right in front. I will be at the presentations right in front. So I can't wait to see you all. Thank you for all your hard work and for presenting this evening. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, remember, the seats right in front are reserved for $1,000 paying customers. So that may be a major donation coming your way. So good job.
Okay, so if the second row is available, sign me up for that one.
All right, Trustee Duran.
First, I'd like to thank the students from AMS and HS for being here tonight, and to our wonderful mentors, Miss Penny and Miss Fishberg. You put in so much time and effort and energy, and your results are splendid for sure. One of our goals is supporting the whole child. The description from the students is exactly that. The academics even are included here, but all the additional stuff like kids love it. Kids are motivated. It builds bonds. It builds community. All of these, it's magical. It's time to let go. I mean, these are things that all schools should be about, right? In the sense that total sense of belonging. And what you're doing is offering that for these students. So it's really, really exciting. And I think Cynthia had given us, the board and the district, way too much credit. I mean, you thanked us so much. And I think that's the next step. How are we going to respond? Because you students absolutely deserve the support specifically from the district. I mean, words are cheap, but our actions are going to cost us something, right? To really show you how much we care and how much we really believe in your programs and what you're doing and what you're also offering the community. So I think several board members have already mentioned it, that we definitely need to support you going forward, and we'll figure out how to do that. So thank you once again for presenting tonight. It's just so it's fabulous to listen, and just the enthusiasm that just overflows is very exciting to see in a school district, and especially during this COVID time. So thank you so very much.
Thank you. So thank you again, everybody, for coming. Super awesome. So glad to hear from all of you, and hopefully you will, as Trustee Duran said, feel that support in meaningful ways and not just have it end here with our comments. So thank you so much. And please, we will see you one way or another at your performances in the future. So thanks again.
Thank you, President Hinckley. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for inviting us.
Yep. All right, we move to our second, our recognition for, recognition for tonight. Sorry, having reading problems, which is resolution number 2021-2209, recognizing National Special Education Day on December 2nd. And this is being brought forward by Vice President Doss.
Thank you, President Hinckley. Really appreciate that. And I'd like to ask for my fellow board members, along with our Director of Special Education, Dr. Biggs, if he'll join in the reading of the resolution. I think it'd be really important, as our leader in that sector, to be a part of that as well. And fellow board members, if you all would kind of join in with me. I know I'm putting you on the spot and didn't give you time to read over it first, but I think this is a really important resolution, and so I'd like for us to kind of present it as a team. Just a couple of wanted to kind of recognize before we jump in it is before my time on the board, I worked for the Department of Rehabilitation. My role there as a rehabilitation counselor was to help people with disabilities to find employment. And so that's where I really kind of found a passion for this work. And it helped me to kind of understand that you have to really invest in people in order to discover their superpowers. And this work allowed me to do that over and over and over again. And that's a really amazing, wonderful feeling. And so I brought that energy and that work to the board as I was running for the board, and talked about it often, that I wanted to make sure that this was top of mind all the time during my time here on the board. And so this opportunity, presented itself. And so wanted to make sure that it was a very collaborative experience. So I reached out to our different, groups within the community that are doing work on this to make sure that I got input from everybody, before, presenting this resolution. And so, want to, have a special thanks to Cheryl Thies, who took some time to look over this. Neri McIntyre, who also took time away, to take a look at this as well and add insight. And so, really appreciate that. Appreciate parents taking that extra time to help us all, recognize something so important. So with that, resolution number 2021-22-09, recognizing National Special Education Day on December 2nd, 2021. And President Hinckley, if you wanted to start, and then maybe we can just go in order.
Sure. Whereas the Albany Unified School District Board of Education recognizes the integral role and influence of our students with disabilities and contributions of our special education staff, and the rich history and achievements of individuals with disabilities, and recognizes that disability is part of human diversity and that discrimination and ableism limit opportunities of many people with disabilities. And
whereas the Albany Unified School District serves approximately 621 students formally identified with disabilities, representing 15% of the total student population. And
whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, including schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public, and assures that people with disabilities have the same civil rights, protections, and opportunities as everyone else, similar to those provided to individuals on the basis of race, color, sex, national origin, age, and religion. And
whereas Section 504 of the Federal Rehabilitation Act regulations requires a school district to provide non-discriminatory and equal access to education. And
whereas the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, requires all public schools to address the needs of eligible pupils with disabilities and develop individualized education plans, IEPs, which provide a free and appropriate public education FAPE in their least restrictive, most inclusive educational settings. And
whereas when reauthorizing the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, in 2004, Congress stated that disability is a natural part of the human experience and in no way diminishes the right of individuals to participate in or contribute to society. Improving educational results for children with disabilities is an essential element of our national policy of ensuring equality of opportunity, full participation, independent living, and economic self-sufficiency for individuals with disabilities. And
whereas the Fair Education Act, enacted January 1st, 2012, requires that California schools provide fair, accurate, inclusive, and respectful representations of people with disabilities and people who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender in history and social studies curriculum, and mandates schools to include the contributions of people with disabilities and members of the LGBTQA community in the curriculum.
And Dr. Biggs, I think you're up next.
Thank you so much, Vice President Doss. Whereas despite the affirmative rights and appreciation for students with disabilities in our federal and state laws, students with disabilities suffer the worst academic and social emotional outcomes in our district, especially among students of color and English language learners. And
I think that brings it back to you, President Hinckley.
okay. Whereas as educational leaders, the Board of Education and AUSD recognize that evidence-based instructional methods, universal design for learning, inclusive practices, restorative justice practices, social and emotional learning, bullying prevention and intervention, mental health supports, and authentic family engagement are proven to substantially improve the educational and equitable outcomes for all students, including students with disabilities. And
whereas the Board of Education recognizes that our students with disabilities are general education students first, and that every educational, operational, and budget decision we make begins with the belief that students with disabilities have the right to and have the ability to learn alongside their non-disabled peers and equitable and meaningful opportunities to learn and grow. And
whereas the Board of Education and AUSD recognize that school climate refers to the norms, values, and expectations that support people to feel physically, socially, and emotionally safe and connected. To be their best, students must feel a sense of connectedness and belonging to their school community. Specifically, schools that are committed to promoting a variety of positive relationships with caring adults will have more connected and engaged students with disabilities.
Do I go forward with the resolved parts, I guess?
Yes, please.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and AUSD remain committed to working towards equitable outcomes for students with disabilities and support a vision of high expectations for all students and a commitment to learning goals, standards, interventions, and supports that are strong, clear, understood, and put into practice. And
be it further resolved that the Board of Education and AUSD value and support diversity and inclusion and recognize both the legal right to and the reciprocal benefits of inclusive education. And
be it further resolved that the Board of Education and AUSD remain committed to ensuring the implementation and efficacy of a multi-tiered system of supports, including an early identification and early intervention system to identify and document interventions for students whose performance and/or progress indicates that they are at risk for attendance, behavior, and/or course performance. And
be it further resolved that the board recognizes December 2nd, 2021 as National Special Education Day, recognizing the 46th anniversary of the signing of the nation's first special education law, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act in 1975, and
be it further resolved that the superintendent transmit copies of this resolution to its administrators, teachers, staff, departments, and schools for appropriate distribution and implementation.
Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in that. And I pass it back to you, President Hinckley.
great, so we can take a motion to approve the resolution.
I make a motion to approve the resolution.
second,
Student trustee Dana?
yes.
Student trustee Vera?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
yes.
Trustee Davidson?
yes.
And Trustee Jerome?
Yes.
Great. Resolution 2021-2209 passes unanimously, and we do have a public comment, which I believe is on this item. From Amy.
Hi, thanks everyone. I just wanted to say how gratifying it is to see that special education is on everyone's radar, and that everyone is recognizing that disability rights are civil rights. And I'd like to thank Trustee Doss for putting this forward and also thank those who participated in drafting this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll make the same comment that I make every time, which is where our goal as a board is to have these be not just words, but actions. So we look forward to seeing the realization of the many, many commitments that are made in this resolution. Go ahead, Trustee Boyd.
I just wanted to thank Vice President Doss for working on this resolution and bringing it forward, and also all of the people that he referenced who worked on it as well. And to thank the members of our community who advocate for their children and their students, and who help to teach us and to bring their passion and their concerns and their love for their family members, and their concern for their non-family members, for other students in our district who need our advocacy and our support. I appreciate the opportunity to learn and to partner with the advocates and representatives in the community who fight so hard to make sure that we continue to strive to do better. And I appreciate moments like this to have this resolution come forward. I appreciate all of the time that we're able to spend to really make sure that we recognize the improvements that we need to make, and that we can do it together. I appreciate the camaraderie, the opportunity to work with people to move this issue forward and to do better.
Great, thank you. So we now will move on to our consent calendar. We are beginning to run a little behind, and I know we have some students who are going to be joining us soon, ready to speak to us. So we need to approve our consent calendar. I'll take a motion or questions. Yeah, Trustee Duran.
I wanted to request that we pull in the consent calendar the item Director of Technology for further discussion. And I also wanted to ask the superintendent under the item of the Student Services Coordinator 2, if he would be able to share with us, either at a Friday update or next board meeting, a list of all the different non-classroom staff that we now have in the district. I'm a little bit unsure now of who exactly is who, and I don't mean names, I mean really positions and how that works out for the entire district, just to have a better understanding of the different positions that we now have in the district.
Trustee Davidson, did you also have a comment on the consent?
I wanted to pull the same item 8A, Director of Technology.
Okay, so we can pull the personnel assignment order and approve the consent calendar without that, and then come back to the order. Yeah, Trustee Duran.
I would like to move that we approve the consent calendar with the change of pulling the Director of Technology position.
I think we have to pull the whole PAO, and then.
So, so I need to.
And then we can talk about the personnel assignment order after we approve the rest of the consent calendar.
Okay, what I was trying to do was approve the consent was to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Right, but you want to hold the personnel assignment order for discussion, and then we can discuss a specific position within that order.
Correct.
Okay.
So I so move. How's that?
Second.
We don't get to see your pretty smile. I think you're smiling. All right.
You don't want to.
We have a second.
But trust me on this one.
All right, we have a second on the consent calendar minus the personnel assignment order.
Student Trustee Dana.
Yes.
Student Trustee Lira.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Durham,
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, the consent calendar minus the personnel assignment order passes unanimously, and now we can have a discussion about the certificated personnel assignment order. Go ahead, Trustee Davidson.
I was just going to ask, since we're a little bit behind time, would it be possible for us to move our discussion of this to after our presentation that involves the community?
Yes, we could. So let me see, do you want to make a motion to move that to the beginning of our review and action items?
Okay, I move that we move the personnel assignment order to the beginning of our review and action items.
Second.
Student Trustee Dana,
Yes.
Trustee Lyra,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Durham,
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
I think his internet might be down because he just left the meeting.
Oh yeah, we lost him.
Oh, we did. Okay. President Hinckley?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so with that modification, we will return to that item as our first review and action. And now we move to superintendent and board member reports, starting with Superintendent Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair, President Hinckley. In deference to the many presentations we have tonight, more specifically the students and our teachers, I'm going to table my superintendent report until next meeting, December 14th. But I did want to make a comment and acknowledgement, appreciation for something that was simply amazing that is warranted publication, if you will. As you know, last week we had the great opportunity to celebrate Veterans Day, to honor our many heroes, those who are living and those who have died fighting for this country. The primary piece known as democracy, the First Amendment rights and things of that sort. And we knew that that day holiday was on a Thursday. Pretty tough to come back to school for many on a Friday. And it was so tough for some of our larger districts, they closed schools that day because they didn't have enough subs to cover all of the teachers who were out. I'm just ecstatic and happy to say in our case here, our teachers made a commitment. They simply said that if our kids are in school, we're here with them to teach them each and every day. And we had no sub issues, I'm happy to report, none whatsoever in our entire district on that day because our teachers showed up. And for that, I want to say thank you, and it's commendable given the burnout rate in which we are operating in. And so I applaud our teachers, I take my hat off to them, and I salute them for a job well done. We all really appreciate it. And that concludes my comments for tonight.
Thank you. I will also forego a report tonight so that we can move forward with the rest of our agenda. Vice President Doss.
I just wanted to be really quick with the board report and say that I don't know everyone who is a veteran, but I do know that our executive director, Richie, her family, and there's multiple members who have dedicated their life to protecting and serving this country. So I wanted to send a heartfelt thank you to her and her family, because it's not only the people who serve, but it's their families who support them as they are doing that. So I wanted to send a special shout out there. And so I hope that you'll relay that thank you for me, Executive Director Ritchie, and also to our fearless leader, our superintendent, who also is a veteran and dedicated his life to to this country and continues to dedicate his life and his time to making the world better than how he found it. So thank you, Dr. Wells, for all you do. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. And we can see our young Dr. Wells portrait behind him. He's still young, but a little bit younger.
I love the way you put it. I was young once upon a time, believe it or not.
Yes, we're all young. All right, Trustee Boyd, or sorry, Trustee Duran.
I also will withhold my report. I was going to give it on just sharing COVID expenditures by category, but I'll do that at our next meeting.
Trustee Boyd.
Just quickly wanted to say that I was able to go to the AMS craft fair this past weekend, had such a wonderful time, got to start my holiday shopping and got to see a live choir performance for the first time in a while. So appreciate the director of our choirs for making that happen and everyone who came together to bring that fair forward. It was really well attended and it was a beautiful day and wonderful to have community. I even got to see my 12-year-old preschool teacher who I hadn't seen in perhaps 8 years, something like that. So hello, Maestra Sylvia, if you are listening right now. But yes, it was just a wonderful event. Really appreciated the opportunity to have our community together. And so thank you to everyone who made that such a success.
Trustee Davidson.
I will also forego my board report for this evening.
Student board members.
Yeah, okay.
We want to hear what's going on at the school, so you do not need to feel obliged to to skip.
Well, actually, we had the same idea as everyone, evidently, because we thought everyone would have really long reports. And now we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule, which means that a lot of the students that were planning on showing up are not quite here yet. So, yeah, it's Chaka. I don't know if you have anything to add.
My Washington Post podcast comes out tomorrow. Yes, that's all I can think of right now, top of my head.
In that case, I think if it's possible, can we pass it back to Trustee Ron potentially, because I know she had something that she wanted to share, but forewent because of the whole situation.
Oh, and or we can go to persons to address the board on matters not in the agenda and then come back.
There we go. Perfect.
Great. So we will move to persons to address matters not on the agenda. I am not seeing any hands. Everyone is here for our actual agenda items. All right, so let's, Trustee Duran, do you want to discuss the data that you put together that you wanted to present?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Ms. Shan, would you be able to be so kind as to share the slide with the board members, please, and community?
Of course.
Okay, sure. I pulled this together because, we spent or have encumbered in total $7.2 million, right, in COVID relief. And I felt it was important to get a handle on it in terms of what were the specific categories that we spent it in. And CBO Kim did in fact do that, but I think sort of different, and I wanted to put it in percentages so we could kind of see what percentages we spent on certain areas. So I worked to do that, and so I just wanted to share. the slide with you that has that information, and basically it is the areas and the percentages. So this is the way I put it. The staff plus learning loss. I'm sorry, I forgot to take out the learning loss part because that is its own subsection just below. So basically, in terms of staff, and when I looked at this and said, well, how do you separate staff and learning loss? I basically focus on staff costs, that kind of thing, as monies that were spent during remote learning specifically. And I was trying to separate out how the district and the board approved monies for specific activities around learning loss. And so looking at the list that CBO Kim had given us, the only one I really felt I wanted to highlight under learning loss was summer school. And that was at 6%. So the staff and related costs were 55%. And then in looking at technology during remote learning and all the costs that went there, not including staff around technology, because that's shown under staff, was 19% of the $7.2 million. Ms. Shen, if you can go down just a little bit more. And then we come, and the Chromebooks that we have discussed incessantly basically was 13% of that entire amount of money. And the health safety, as you can see, was 10%, and food service contributions, 4%, reopening supplies, as outlined there, 2%, and independent studies at 4%. So I really felt it was important to present this to the board. If you haven't gotten your whole arms and mind around where we spent the monies, and I thought it served too for the community. If anybody walks up to us and says, "What did you guys do with all that money?" Here we go. It's pretty clean about how we can say the money was spent. So I just wanted to present that and hope that helped me for sure, and maybe it helped all of you just a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. So I actually see, I think, all of the students here.
Yeah, they're here now.
So great. So we will start moving them into panelists, but I will go ahead and turn it over to our student board members. This is a lot of work being put into this time slot. This will not be the last time we hear about the efforts that students are making to bring student concerns and feedback to the board. So I'm going to turn it over to our student board members, Lyra and Dana, and I will try to keep moving folks into the.
Awesome, thank you so much. So Allison and I, we worked on this with the Student Adequacy Committee the past 2 weeks, really just working and dedicating time to this presentation. So the way that we went about choosing our student presenters was completely randomized from each grade level, except for seniors, because we know that we are, as a senior myself, I'm in the midst of college applications and focusing on those. So we didn't want to give our senior members this extra sort of assignment to focus on. So we selected 5 students randomly to help us present this, and they're here tonight. Which is,
there's actually 4, I think.
Yeah, sorry. 4.
Yeah. But yeah, we're really excited. These are all students that were really passionate. Sorry to interrupt, Trustee Lyra, if you wanted to say anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we're really excited to have everyone here. And we have been working on this, so as Trustee Lyra said, for the past 2 weeks, so the presentation specifically, but we've been working on the whole application process for the SAC and getting the first meeting started, and that has been going on through the course of the beginning of this school year. So this is something we're really excited about. It's our first presentation, and unfortunately it's not the culmination of the entire SAC. As Ichitaka said, this is a really busy time for students. We have finals coming up in around a month, I think. So it was definitely so great to have these 4 students really step it up and attend the meetings that we planned, and they were all really dedicated and really open and had a lot of ideas. So yeah, we're just generally extremely excited to have everyone that came today present. And with that, I'll share my screen. So if that's okay with you, Julie, Miss, yeah.
Take it away.
Okay, perfect. Let me see. Okay. As we know, I have quite a few internet issues, so hopefully they don't come at me now. Here we go. Can everyone see that? Perfect.
Yes.
All right. So first, we'd just like to take the time to introduce everyone so that you all know who is presenting, what their grade levels are, who they are as people. And I guess we'll just start with Crystal, if you're on.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Crystal Sherpa, and I am a freshman. I use she, her pronouns, and I am part of the SAC.
Hi, I'm Ethan Walls. I use he, him pronouns. I'm a sophomore and I'm a member of the SAC.
Hi, I'm Felix. I'm a freshman and I am part of the SAC.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Camille Farazom and my pronouns are she, her, and I'm a junior and I'm a member of the SAC as well.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Camilla has her camera off because she has a couple of internet issues and has had them, as you can kind of tell with her audio. So we're hoping that it pulls together today. But I'll move on. Oops. How does this work? Oh, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right, cool. So basically, we want to introduce the student engagement survey. So last year, Audrey and Leo, who are the previous school board members, presented, or they didn't present, but they enacted the survey, and now we're presenting it this year. So we just kind of wanted to give a forewarning that some of the topics might be a little bit more distance related, but we still found themes that were still prevalent in our learning today. And then also we wanted to make a point that it was anonymous. However, students did have the opportunity to list their emails, so we still could identify them if we wanted to, which kind of defeats the purpose a little bit. But in future surveys, we'll try to combat that. And then we just wanted to introduce the Student Advocacy Committee. Ichitaka, you want to take it?
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, just a note about like the survey being anonymous. Yeah, like students were given the choice to like whether or not they wanted to give us their emails. And we'll talk about later how like maybe we can use those emails to really conduct outreach in a really like one-to-one sort of way to gather like direct input from these students who say that they are interested in sharing. So about the Student Advocacy Committee, it is chaired and participated in entirely by students. So it is chaired by Allison and me. And yeah, these are just some of our members. We'll be going down the list of our entire cohort at the end of the presentation. But our general goal is to help increase student input within our district. And we also want to provide students an easier way to participate in voicing their perspectives to the AUSD Board of Education. So us today, yeah, it's been wonderful chairing it. We started out with the SAC intensive for a week at the beginning of August, and we had really great turnout. We had students showing up every day and working together to, yeah, like learn more about how to analyze data, how to present, what it really means to like speak to the Board of Education, and what like the value of student input. So that was a fantastic way to train some of our members who are on here today. And we will get into presenting the survey results.
Yeah, and I'd just like to say real quick that all of these students came up with their own ideas for these surveys. These are all their personal opinions mixed in with some of the opinions that were seen on the survey. So just keep that in mind, that these students actually were able to write everything. They did all that work. Here's all of them pictured. So yeah, here we go.
Oh, and I think real quick, also, I just wanted to add that these survey responses are based off of the secondary school student engagement survey. So the intention behind this, like, I think Allison and I, like, we went over this survey with Leo and Audrey back when we were applying for this position, and we went over it with Sarah and Clementina as well. And this was a survey that we focused on. Like, our lack of inclusion of the elementary school survey is also just like I think a mistake on our part, and also like a misinterpretation of this task, because we've just been so focused on the middle and high school survey. However, that was a mistake that we realized after submitting this. But through going through the elementary school survey, we noticed that a lot of the responses were very, very similar, as well as like, we would also be open to presenting that survey if people feel that it is necessary. I don't know, Allison, if you want to add on to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we really did notice that a lot of the same themes were there. So although we did miss the fact that we had the whole elementary school survey, that we weren't quite sure if that was like the same part or not. We were a bit confused. So just looking through that after this, like, it was really surprising actually how similar and how related the two surveys actually really were, and how the responses were very, very similar. So with that, we'll get into our first presenter.
Yeah, so here are the top areas of improvement at Albany schools that were voted on by students, as well as the number of voters for each of them. And the top areas include college and career, mental health, different learning styles, communication between staff and students, extracurricular activities, curriculum diversity, academic achievement, racism, safe school environment, and student discipline. When we look at the data, the results are pretty spread out, but we can't help but notice the top 3 that received the most votes. And with 637 student voters for college and career readiness, it is clearly the area of most concern, along with mental health second, and different learning styles as third. It seems as though many students aren't satisfied with the amount of knowledge they have about college and career readiness, and aren't well informed about the existing help that's provided by the schools. And as a freshman, I know that many of us aren't sure about what we want to do further on in our lives, and could really use the guidance. It's just that in general, we aren't really aware of the help that's offered. So moving on to mental health, we have just transitioned into in-person school after what feels like a really long time. And personally, quarantine has been a difficult experience for me, since I couldn't go to see like many of my friends, and I wasn't used to being alone. And though this was the case for me, I know like tons of other people who have had it much worse and struggled with anxiety throughout COVID. And the need for mental health support was definitely critical during this time. And so now with school in person again, we all have to adjust to the new workload and like social life, which leads to tremendous amounts of stress. And that's added to the existing challenges of quarantine. And so what I've observed as a student, this is one of the main factors impacting your mental health, like right now. And lastly, when talking about different learning styles, I believe we should design our classrooms to be more inclusive and accepting of all different kinds of learners. And from my experience, some classes at Albany High are designed in a way that doesn't take all types of learning methods into account. For instance, a few projects that I've had were either assigned as individual work or group work, which doesn't really consider students who might find it more engaging to work in the other way. And to add to that, classes that I've had with stricter grading policies make it much harder for students to learn, including myself, in ways that works best for them. And it just adds like pressure and holds them back and restricts their ability to improve. Yeah, I'll pass it to Ethan.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Crystal.
This is a summary of student responses when asked what the district can do to address the issues mentioned. The quotes shown are direct quotes from students from the survey, and we summarized the answers into 6 main points: increasing curriculum diversity, increasing communication between staff and students, increasing support for different learning styles, increasing mental health support, increasing college and career readiness, and the creation of a more friendly and inviting environment for students. As a student, the points that stand out the most to me are the request for an increase in the support of different learning styles, an increase in mental health support, and the creation of a more friendly environment. I constantly see students who I know hold the potential to succeed in school struggle to reach this success. This can happen for a variety of reasons, such as poor home situation, teachers that struggle to help these students engage, or mental health struggles such as ADHD, ADD, depression, or anxiety. These students rarely receive the help they need. To increase these students' success in school and give them the support they need, students suggested that the district take more initiative in reaching out to them. Furthermore, from my experience, the entire culture surrounding academics is extremely toxic and breeds stress and burnout. This was summed up really well by one student who said, "The grading system in schools is highly flawed and doesn't encourage learning or creativity. Do not punish students for doing something wrong in an assignment, and encourage them and help them learn the right things so they can learn from their mistakes, and they will want to try again and want to learn." This is admittedly an issue out of the board's hands, which is something I'll go over in a bit, but it presents an issue that many students struggle with, and I suggest to the board that they look at ways they can provide students with ways to cope with the stress inherited from this issue. This is the strategy I would suggest the board take when dealing with other issues that may be out of their they may not be completely under their jurisdiction. And going back to the original question posed, it is an extremely daunting question that is hard for even the most involved students and staff to answer. It also requires extensive knowledge on the powers and abilities of the different branches of our school district, which the large majority of Albany students lack. This is exemplified by the fact that 546 students left this question blank, and the majority of the responses say something along the lines of "I don't know," as well as the fact that many of the answers pose some abstract ideas that may not be under the jurisdiction of the school board. This represents the lack of student knowledge of different abilities and branches of our school district, something the SAC will attempt to solve. Felix will now look at how students responded when asked if they would actively work towards this solution.
So exactly what does actively working to create a solution look like? So to continue forward, here's a pie chart for how the district can meaningfully increase the input. This seemed to puzzle the students and the most, with around 183 students, or 59.8%, saying they were unsure, 418 students, or 28.3%, saying yes, and luckily only 176 students, or 11.9%, saying no. As a student and understanding others, to me, it seems that the majority were unsure due to being really just unsure, or if they wanted to help or not. It's possible that some students just might not know if they have time to help, but still support the ideas. I myself know that I love helping where I can, but I still need to make time for my personal reasons, such as tests, studying, homework, or other family issues. With other students just saying no, I can understand that these students who really just don't have the time to help, or just feel inadequate in their solution ideas. Furthermore, to ensure that every student interested in creating solutions knows how much it means to do so is a larger challenge. We intend in the future to possibly be less open-ended with questions and surveys, such as this one, because this open-endedness might deter people from wanting to participate, especially because they might not want to commit to something without knowing the time constraints. Next, Camilla has possible solutions for how our district can meaningfully increase student input.
Okay, so the fourth question on the survey was, how can the district meaningfully increase student input? Looking through the student responses, several say that they don't know. I believe they truly want to respond to this question, but have no idea where to start. On the other hand, there are multiple students with lengthy suggestions. One popular suggestion is student surveys, specifically Google Forms, while others say to email students for updates of issues so they are aware of what's going on. Another point that students often make is to ask them for their thoughts and opinions on matters and then actually take them into account rather than brushing them off. From my perspective, this prevents students from not wanting to offer ideas again in the future since they'll feel as though the district does not care. A third suggestion is to hold more forums, meetings, open committees, or assemblies specifically during advisory or lunchtime so more students can attend. It was suggested that during such assemblies, students could be able to give speeches and speak their minds openly while being treated as adults. Although we know that the district has already taken steps to address these suggestions, there's always room for improvement.
Great, thank you so much. Let's move on. So essentially we wanted to, so that was the results of the survey, but we also have an SAC analysis where we got a lot of the members of the SAC to share some ideas that they had, maybe to kind of dissect the data a little bit more. We did a little bit of that in the survey results. But here we're just going to really be analyzing what we just broke down in the past slides.
Yeah, so here are our main takeaways from the survey. For number 1, we have that adults must understand the perspective of students through better communication and acknowledge the fact that different learning styles fit different people. And when looking at the results, most of the top voted areas of improvement require understanding of how students view school, and this tells us that more can be done by Albany schools to reach out to students, and it's something that needs to be changed.
Our second takeaway is that students are noticing microaggressions around campus and want them to be addressed. So we wanted to include this in our takeaway because we noticed that in the follow-up question to the top areas that students think need the most recognition or need the most help. Although racism on campus or just discrimination on campus was very low on that ranking list, when in students' responses, so many of them had things to say about microaggressions that are hurled around school and feeling uncomfortable about them and wanting those to be addressed. And I think perhaps this could serve this could provide an outlook on how the students see staff engagement when microaggressions occur on campus. I think students don't really know what the process is to report when they happen, or if so, how these situations will be dealt with. So increasing awareness on that is really important, and also just doing whatever we can to make our sites a really inclusive environment. I know our teachers do a great job at that, but for these microaggressions to keep happening, we can't brush them off. Students find it really important that they be addressed, and we need to definitely think of more ways to make that happen.
Our third takeaway is that, as shown earlier, support of different learning styles is extremely important to a lot of students. This doesn't require a large amount of work to be put in by teachers to be solved or at least combated. And as said by the student I quoted earlier, it could simply be mitigated by teachers changing their grading system to make tests or large assignments worth a smaller percentage of their grade. And it could also be mitigated by the board working to increase access and, most importantly, publicize help for students who struggle in school. This would most likely come in the form of tutoring, and programs already available are peer help, as well as help from teachers with things like math and language hours.
For our fourth takeaway, something that I noticed was actually the opposite of Ichitaka, in that college and career readiness was one of the top voted on answers, but there wasn't a lot of personal input, whereas Ichitaka's had a lot of, or it was a smaller percentage of people that voted on it, but it had a lot of input. And I think both of those are really important because it's important to note that there's not a lot of personal input, even though this is the top section that people feel needs to be changed. I think that it's really notable, especially because some students that did talk about it tended to say that they didn't know about anything. So a conclusion that I can draw from that is that students didn't necessarily even know enough to talk about why they didn't know. They didn't even know enough about the system to talk about the system itself, which I think is a main one of my takeaways.
For the fifth takeaway, I noticed a lot about mental health and mental health checks, which should be necessary with students. Coming back from quarantine and COVID, I know a lot of students, including myself, had a lot of struggles with mental health and all the new workloads. I really feel like I think freshmen and sophomores, just with like the new switching and whatnot, and really going into high school can be a lot. And it's just something I noticed while looking at a lot of the responses. And just overall, like with mental health, I feel like it really connects with all the other takeaways, especially with such as like college and career readiness. The main core for overall arcing everything should be with mental health, because it really stabilizes the students and keeps them going and to push through and to really succeed the most.
As for our final takeaway, it was that students often feel as if teachers give meaningless assignments and projects that only cause them stress and anxiety. So an emphasis on less busy work is important, especially during the weekends when students use that time to take care of themselves and use it as a break. In my personal experience, I have had teachers give homework on the weekends, even though it wasn't an AP or honors class, and I think there should be a way to regulate this, as I'm sure some other students have the same experience, and since teachers are not allowed to give weekend homework unless it's an AP or honors class.
Great. Okay, we'll be moving on to the next slide now. So these are just some general ideas that the SAC intensive really brought out. Ichtaka and I put these in because we thought that it was a product of SAC work, even though it wasn't necessarily with this group of students here. You saw this group of students' takeaways on the previous slide. If there's anything you'd like to add, Ichtaka,
Yeah, absolutely. So that is like a really great summary. At the end of the SAC intensive, we had students like come up with like mock proposals for the Board of Education, and coming up with those proposals, we established like these 6 core ideas that we wanted to focus on, and we like developed out a plan for each one, and then picked I think either 3 or 4 to really focus on those last 2 days. So here are just like some of the ideas. I can read them out loud. Increased mental health support, which has been emphasized throughout this presentation, addressing competitive academic culture, addressing college and career readiness, expanding arts programs and non-STEM career preparation, help students learn the employee and employer relationship, and increase student input through monthly surveys. And yeah, we definitely hope to continue with these core ideas here, and with our like expanded cohort, develop them and even create some new ones as we see necessary. And hopefully these will turn into recommendations that we present to the board later this year.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now we just wanted to give a quick update on the SAC so that the board kind of knew where we are at, what the SAC looks like, who the people are that are on it. So here we go. Firstly, we have Ichtaka and I. The bylaws of the SAC committee state that the student board members are the chairs, so that position was kind of just handed to us. However, we will be electing a vice chair soon. I think that's what it's called. Ichtaka, correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, that will be happening. And then as for our current representatives, these are all of the students that we selected through a application process. All of these students went through the application process. However, the students that you see here today are, like Ichitaka said earlier, they're just randomly picked from this group here. And we wanted a small number because we knew that a lot of students, like we said earlier, are having a really busy time right now. If there's anything you'd like to add.
There's a little thing at the end that says JSAC application is coming soon, which means that we are indeed planning on continuing with our original plan to establish a junior student advocacy committee, which will consist of middle schoolers and be chaired by Allison and I again, and have joint JSAC meetings with the SAC in the future as well. So that will be happening at during the second semester. I think that's like, yeah, I guess in simpler terms, in January. And this is because we wanted to have experience with leading a group first with the SAC, and then taking what we've learned from this experience and bringing that to the middle schoolers. And we'll be in touch with some middle school administrators for learning about like proper ways in which we can outreach to the students at that school.
Perfect. So I just wanted to talk about what SAC meetings have looked like. You'll see behind this sort of translucent, I don't know, black block. These are some slides that we have. All of our meetings have been virtual so far, and each of our meetings has a meeting agenda and then goals for each day. And in every single presentation that we've had for every single meeting, there's introduction slides that introduce various types of legislature that relates to like California public school students. A main one that I could think of right then was the Civic Seal of Engagement bill, which is something that I think seniors are, they're able to be awarded. So it's something that pertains to students. It's something that they can do. It's something that they can work towards. So we kind of have a presentation of different things that affect students. And then we have action items, which are slides that promote teamwork in different projects. And an example would be this presentation. Another example would be like the different pillars that we showed in one of the previous slides. And then we also include in the meetings teamwork building through get to know you activities. We have like fun little icebreaker things where we've shared some really entertaining stories. And then we also always love to hear like the sharing, if comfortable, of personal anecdotes and experiences within Albany schools, just so that we can like have a more well-rounded perspective when we come to these meetings. So it really goes both ways. It's beneficial for all of us. So, yeah. Oh, I forgot to ask, Ichitaka, did you have anything to add on that?
I don't think so. I think you summarized it super well.
Perfect. Great. So we'd just like to thank everybody for your time. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear you address them to the personal students, maybe by their names, because we would like to have them answer questions as well for the discussion portion. But yeah, thank you everyone for listening.
Yes, if I could just add on to that for one quick moment. Yeah, I'm usually when questions are asked, like you just ask them in general. So yeah, if you have a general question, wonderful. You don't have to say the students' names. But like Allison and I were thinking, oh, if you have like a slide in mind and like it belongs to a certain student, it might be easier to like say the student's name. But really whatever like works best for you, and like our student presenters are super happy to respond.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you for the clarification.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for putting all that together. That was, you know, the amount of work that they described is a fraction of the amount of work they've been doing over the last several months. Just as an example, I read the bylaws they put together for the Student Advocacy Committee, which are some of the most detailed and robust set of guidance for a committee that I've ever read. And just to note for those who weren't around a year ago, the Student Advocacy Committee was one of the recommendations of the superintendent's student achievement task force last year. And so it's great to see the speed with which you all got that put together. It's just incredibly valuable for us to have all of this incredibly rich input. So thank you so much for putting it together. And I'll let the other board members start with their questions or comments. Bye, quiet crowd. Trustee Davidson, go ahead.
Well, I just want to thank you all for that wonderful presentation. I read through it before and couldn't help but think, wow, this really sums up some of the things we've been hearing, but gives us new ground to explore. And I really, really appreciate hearing your personal anecdotes and experiences, because it gives us the real student voice and face of sort of these statistics. And I really appreciate also how some of you looked at different things. I think Ethan or Felix, one of you was talking about with the percentages of people who said unsure. Well, because it's a very ambiguous question that was asked. And so students just might be unsure of how they could help, but not that they were unsure of whether or not they wanted to. And I really loved that perspective on that. It helps as a board member to kind of look at it differently and say, oh yeah, well, if we gave more information, we could get more targeted responses that would help us. And I think this makes it even more clear that mental health is something that we need to continue to support. And I also really love hearing that students are interested in career readiness that goes beyond just college. I went to college, I got my teaching credential. That was the path that worked for me. But I have two brothers and a husband who tried college or didn't try college and are all now in the trades. And if we don't remember that we need the trades, we won't have any infrastructure. And so it's really important that we continue to remember that these other parts of life exist, and we need to incorporate them into the day that the young folks are experiencing, so that when you go out into the world, you have broader skills and you are really ready and prepared. So I appreciate that immensely. And I actually don't have any questions because you did such a great job.
Trustee Duran.
Okay, first, thank you so much for being with us tonight. I have a couple of comments. I think Istaka talked about the recommendations, meaning this is really your synthesis of that survey. And then the next step, if I understand, is you're going to be pulling together some recommendations. And I'm wondering, your process for that. And also, it seems to me that even before the board or whatever, it seems that faculty is so key to this. And I'm wondering if the SAC has discussed a process and if the administration is getting involved to help you have a really strong process at the high school.
Yeah, that's definitely like an Allison and me question. So I think like for this, as this is our first year, we are still like definitely like in the process of developing a process. However, I do remember like during our SIC intensive, our priority was inviting district members, like specifically Mr. McNally as well as Ms. Ritchie to that meeting. We completely like totally get the fact that we need to go through admin first. Especially at both school sites when we expand to the JSAC. That is our first and foremost priority. And yeah, we would definitely will follow that line of order. But Allison and I need to like develop that plan like in writing as well. And we can talk about it as a group too, as a committee. And we're also very open to advice.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Oh, I just like to quickly add that the proposals that Ichaka was referring to, those were just like a sort of training ground. They did have substance, they did have actual student input, but they like are totally in the works. And the reason why we did have just the pillars and not like this full blown like connected proposal with that is because we wanted to keep it ambiguous for the reason of talking to admin definitely, because we know that that's how the process works.
You know, some of the ideas though that you expressed tonight, they seem very doable. Very doable. And especially as students talk tonight about mental health and issues around that, it just seems that there are some things that maybe could be put on a short list, for example, that are things that could be moved on more quickly. I always see things as being able to be done quickly, so I might not be the best person to listen to, but I really think that you have some great ideas, and we need to listen to them, and we need to respond. So however, I, as a board member, and I'm sure the other board members feel the same, we're here to support you and to make your life as students less stressful, more meaningful, but less stressful. So whatever we can do to help, you know, we're here for you. There was one other thing, but maybe if I remember it, I'll come back at the end. Okay, thank you.
Vice President Doss.
Thank you. Great presentation. You know, really appreciate, you know, all the time that, you know, goes into it. And I just had a couple of questions, hoping for some clarification. One of my questions is, what are the kind of rules and regulations around assemblies? Because I think that the student voice is important and powerful. And so I'm wondering like what the rules and regulations will be around like having an assembly where the board could come and just listen to the students, you know, hear their concerns, hear the things that they're thinking about, you know, let them fire off some questions, you know, sometime, you know, during school for those students that can't, you know, stay up late for the board meetings or log in, or, you know, they're studying and getting ready for, you know, doing all the things that students, you know, do. So I'm wondering if there could be some clarification around like what the rules and regulations are around that. I think that'd be a good opportunity to go and hear from students. So somebody can kind of shed some light on that. And then the other question is, would it be possible to incorporate the survey during like a period during the day for it to be administered, you know, sometime, you know, during the day, maybe like in collaboration with a teacher, maybe during a subject where it's kind of related. Only because I think that some students might, I think that would increase participation if it was incorporated in the school day versus having to, you know, have like that additional time on top of all the other things that you all already have, you know, happening. So I'm wondering kind of what the rules and regulations are around that, if that's a possibility to kind of just incorporate it in the day to get more participation that way. So those are my two questions.
Yeah.
I'd like to take those two. I think they were general. One was the rules around assemblies. Trustee Vice President Doss, generally there are no rules. Board members are welcome to come to assemblies. There's no specific rules around that. And two, surveys during the day, the board members, the student board members made it clear to us and made the recommendation that we do just what you recommend, is we do the surveys during the day and during the advisory period. And that would be most effective, we believe. And that's where we're moving forward. I just wanted to cover those two areas. Sorry for jumping in.
No, it's perfect. I was about to say the same thing. I also was just going to add that, or clarify, that the idea for the assemblies was an idea that a student had on the survey. And so us as student board members, like we completely celebrate that idea. But there's so many ideas that we were like pursuing and stuff that we didn't quite get to that one. But it definitely was mentioned. It was on the survey that is a student idea, and I think it's a great one.
Yeah. So I mean, I like that idea, and I'm hoping that we can, develop it and potentially, get it done. Especially since it sounds like there's nothing, kind of restricting it other than, each board member and their schedule. But hopefully, we can carve out, 45 minutes or an hour to go and hear those student voices and not have the limitations of the board meeting and have it specifically be your time to share everything that you're thinking about. So I look forward to hearing more about that assembly and when I should be at the school, Dr. Wells. Thank you.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes, I like Trustee Davidson, I don't have questions because I just thought the presentation was so incredibly well done, and I really respect and appreciate the amount of time that went into reviewing the results and analyzing them and grouping things together and trying to come away with a few key points that we could focus on, as opposed to just having sort of so much information that you don't know where to start. And I needed to open up on my other screen here the takeaways slide, because I just felt there was so much wisdom just in that one slide. And I so appreciate the opportunity to learn from students and to really take apart the ideas that were in place, I think, when I was a student, and the things that you just sort of took for granted about whether it's, doing work over the weekend. And I understand that certainly AP and honors classes are very rigorous, in addition to all the other classes are very rigorous, but I understood from the speaker that there's a rule about not having homework on weekends except with those classes. But even just thinking of myself and how pleased I am when I open my work emails on a weekend and see that nobody has written me, and the sort of freedom that I feel and the ability to just kind of breathe, and the importance of taking a break. And so I really support that, and certainly would never try to tell teachers how they should structure their curriculum or anything, but I just wanted to say that an idea like that, and really thinking about what is being assigned on a weekend and what the importance is for students to have that time just to kind of have their minds be open to something else. I really appreciated the idea of mental health check-ins, and the idea that perhaps that wouldn't be something that you need to opt in for or ask for if you say that you need that sort of check-in, but if it could be something that's just offered across the board for people who maybe aren't going to raise their hand and say, yes, this could be beneficial to me, but it's beneficial to everyone to have a mental health check-in. And so I think, just even changing the way that we think about that could be so helpful, particularly to students who might not raise their hands to ask for something like that. And then also just the college and career readiness along the lines of what Vice President Doss was saying, like making the survey be something, and it sounds like you had already been talking about having the survey be something that happens during the day. For the, career readiness and college readiness, just making sure, I think I saw a suggestion that perhaps that could be a part of a class and happen as a part of the curriculum, just to make sure that some of the speakers were saying some of the services that are provided, students don't even necessarily know what's being provided. And so, again, not trying to say how curriculum should be set up, but just trying to carve out some time to make sure that these aren't things that you try to find in your free time, which I know that free time is very scarce, and that you might miss out on if you don't sort of look for it at the end of your already long day. I think it's great to try to incorporate as many things as possible into the actual school day. So it's not, if you can sort of manage at the end to go seek out this other thing, but it's just a part of what you're already doing during the day. So I just wanted to really applaud all the work and the thinking and analysis that went into bringing this forward, and just say, I learned a lot. And like everyone else has said, I really look forward to trying to support. I hope the surveys continue as was suggested in the presentation. And I look forward to trying to support ways that we can really amplify student voices and learn that the way that certain things have been done is not the way that they should continue to be done, and really take the opportunity to progress.
Trustee Duran.
Just two last points. One being that discussing microaggressions even though not as many students had checked that off as a priority. But for the kids that did, I had an opportunity to go through those surveys, and the comments are really hurtful. You know, racist comments, sexist comments, bullying. These are things that and you wrote that they needed to be addressed. Definitely, they need to be addressed. And we just need. I'm hoping that the superintendent will work with you ASAP to really move on that, because that's not something that you want to talk about a lot. It's something that needs action, because these students basically commented that even when they say something, it's not prioritized. And yet students are saying these things, that these are real issues that are happening for them. And so I'm hoping that given your presentation tonight, that the superintendent will, be able to meet with you and really zero in on something as egregious as that. And the other comment was, or question was, I know you had talked about mental health check-ins, and the board is really concerned about mental health because it's been expressed over and over again. But I have a question. When you talk about mental health check-ins, I don't quite know what that looks like. And how could the board support you in that area if you have any ideas?
I think that mental health check-ins could come in a lot of forms. I think as you talked about in the special education resolution that you just passed, it's really hard for counselors and teachers to find time in their day to meet with all the students. So I think it's a lot more important to find a system to, I guess, like pinpoint students who are struggling. And this could come in the form of students who are earning Fs, students who like have a lot of absences, especially in a row, that aren't excused. And I think a mental health check-in could just be a robotic email that offers that offers links to support services, hotlines and stuff. And it could also offer links to possibly free tutoring for students who are earning Fs, because I know that the school does offer free tutoring with things like math and language hours. But the students who are earning multiple Fs are a lot less likely to reach out and actually go to these services provided. So offering links in these emails that would push students towards this help would be really useful, and it wouldn't, and kind of easing some of the stress off of counselors. It wouldn't have to come in the form of every student going and meeting with the counselor and talking with them.
Yeah. If anything, counselors, I know for a fact are really swamped right now, especially coming back from quarantine. So I really appreciate that, Ethan. And I was actually, I was going to hand over the microaggressions comment to you, because I know you also had a lot of thoughts about that when we first brought it up. I hate to put you on the spot, but do you want to comment on that potentially?
Sure, yeah. So my experience is that in Albany, there isn't a lot of very extreme face-to-face hate, and it comes a lot more in the form of kids just casually saying the F word throughout sentences, white and Asian kids jokingly saying the N word, and just kids not using a trans student preferred name. It comes in the form of that. And in the with the Instagram scandal that happened a couple of years ago, that page it was framed more as a joke from the students. So I think that Albany deals with a lot of these issues, but they don't come to light as much because they're kind of hidden behind this joking or casual lens. And so I think that also makes it a lot harder for teachers to combat, because it can be really easy for a student to say, oh, I was just joking, or that's how my friends talk, even though it still has a really extreme effect on the students that kids saying the F word can have a really extreme effect on gay students. even though the kids are saying it as a joke or just casually saying it throughout sentences.
I'm sorry, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I'm wondering if the superintendent could respond to what you've just said, the casual way that to me, I don't call them microaggressions. They're painful aggressions for the kids that have to put up with that. And I'm just wondering if the superintendent has any thoughts about moving forward with this.
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts, but my attention tonight is to listen to the students, reflect and huddle up with my team, and then meet with the students about, and administrators about, along with our teachers, about how best to respond to these kind of issues that don't make the surface until they beyond the surface. So I'd rather spend some more time listening and going in that kind of order.
Any other questions or comments, board?
I do have a quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Vice President Doss.
I think that's a really good point that was just brought up. You know, there's not often that like in your face type type of hate, but the microaggressions that have been mentioned and the examples that were used, although they might not be like the traditional like in your face, it doesn't make them any less harmful to students. It could still be harmful, and what might be funny to some people could be really harmful to others. So being mindful of that, I think, is really important. Kind of just having universal kind of rules, I think, would really kind of help move things along. Like the universal rule is don't touch a Black woman's hair. Just don't do it. That should be a universal rule. Even if you giggle while you're doing it, it's still rude, it's still disrespectful, it's still an invasion of that person's space. But I see it happen all the time, where people ask like to touch it as if there's some type of attraction at a place that you're visiting or something. It's weird, it's disrespectful, it's rude, and it's just something that shouldn't be done. But I see it happen all the time. And so kind of things like that where it's unnecessary. But I don't know if people think about it and take it as seriously or put it at the top of their list. Or for a high school student driving to school listening to a song that they know has the N-word in it, but there's no Black people in your car and you're singing along to the song. I feel like that's a bad idea. Maybe you should not listen to that song, or maybe skip to the next one. And so it's like, things like that I don't know if we always think about as being, really serious, but could be harmful to people. So I'm glad that it was brought up. I'm glad we're having those conversations. I hope that we, continue to have those conversations and, continue to find ways to protect all our students so that they feel safe when they come to school. Because I think that if we don't make that a priority, then it continues to get worse. The student mentioned that, they use the excuse like, oh, I was just joking, and kind of laugh it off, when teachers try and call out. Well, maybe it should be a zero tolerance, right? Like, even if it is a joke, there's still a zero tolerance. So that doesn't get you out of whatever the consequence is, even if you say that, haha, I was just joking. So just things to think about. Because some things, no matter how you say them, even if you put a LOL on the end, are not funny. So I thought that it was important to kind of highlight that point a little bit before we move on. So thank you.
Thank you. I think, so I'll make a couple of the comments that I was thinking of as you all were presenting. I think this conversation illustrates why we need this kind of participation from students to move these conversations that we have that I think sometimes stay at a sort of surface or simplistic level to really bring the real lived experience of students into those conversations, which makes them challenging and difficult, but also is the only way we're really going to achieve what we're hoping to achieve in this district, which is for every student to feel welcomed and embraced and able to fully participate in their school and in their community. So just a couple of things that I would love to see you all continue to work on, some of which we've sort of talked about. I guess one is, you know, Trustee Duran alluded to some of the comments that students made in that 1,500 responses. You know, there were a lot of students who said, you know, only ask us for, listen to what we're saying. Don't just survey us. Don't just do more surveys if you're not actually going to take our input seriously. So I want to keep, you know, asking you to give us feedback about, you know, does it feel like that input is being used? And if not, what needs to change there? And then the second piece is just, I really appreciate the way you framed, I think it was Felix, about, you know, how do we expect students to articulate what they can do in response to these challenges if they don't know how changes are actually made in the school district? And I think that kind of education about, which we all need, about, you know, whose responsibility is it to set policies around homework? Where does that decision get made? Whose responsibility is it to decide what our curriculum looks like for students that might not want a traditional college pathway? And there are committees, there are committees, there are site councils, there are other mechanisms. And I think it might be helpful for us, both the students who are interested in this kind of leadership and the board, to collaborate on a real understanding of how we educate students to be able to participate meaningfully in their own governance of how they're educated. So that's a piece that I'd love for you all to help us figure out as well. And yeah, just really, really appreciate all the work you did to analyze this survey. It's a tremendous help for the board to hear what's really happening in our schools, to have you help us lift up the concerns of elementary and middle school students going forward. And this is why this was part of the achievement task force, because without meaningful student participation, we're not gonna be able to make the changes that we want to make. So just incredible gratitude for all of you doing all this work and for joining us at what are, you know, board meetings are super fun and we hope to see you here more. And look forward to the next update from the Student Advocacy Committee. So thanks to all of you, and we'll hope to see you all soon in the future.
Thank you.
And thank you for your honesty. That's what we need you for. All right. So we do have quite a few more things to do this evening. I should probably keep us on track. So that concludes
President
our, yeah.
I think there's a public
comment.
comment.
Yes, there is. You're right. Oh, it went away. Nope, it came back. All right, go ahead, Cheryl.
Thank you, and I'll only keep you a minute, I promise. First of all, I just want to give you so much respect. I work as a disability rights education advocate at a disability civil rights firm. And I just want to make a connection between the resolution that we read earlier in the board. You guys probably didn't hear it, the students, and what your survey showed. And it just really gives me a lot of hope, because what I heard loud and clear from you is that you all as students value all the different kinds of learning styles and diversity in the classroom, and you want to see all of your peers succeed. And, you know, we talk about that as adults, but you really articulated, I think, better than most of us can, which is that it really matters that everyone is lifted up, that if we leave anybody behind, then we're not doing our job. So to me, to hear that our students are saying, you know, not just me, myself, but I see my peers struggling and not able to find a learning style that works for them, or not maybe having a disability or other kind of difference that's making school hard. And that matters to me and I care about them. Just really made me very proud to live in Albany and to see what kind of students are contributing here. So I just want to thank you very much for that, because I think very often families will come to me and say, well, I'm not sure if my students really want it in the general education classroom. Maybe they're, you know, I feel sometimes like they're a burden or they're hard to serve. And what I heard from this survey and took away from it was that you all value everyone and you want to make sure that everyone's needs are met. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. That is, I think, the only public comment. So we will move to our next item. Thanks again, everybody, for joining us. So we rearranged our agenda. So our next item is a staff report on technology updates. And I'm actually not sure who I'm handing it off to.
I'll take it from here.
Okay.
Tonight we have our staff report on technology led by our technology leader, Eric Popovich, and I would pass the, I'm so compelled to pass the torch over to first our CBO, Jackie, last name Kim.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Okay, Ms. Shane, if you can have our presenters, thank you. So good evening, board, Dr. Wells, and community members. We are very excited to share our technology vision with you this evening. It is still a plan in progress, but thanks to our collaboration with educational service team, site leaders, and teachers, and newly developing our IT department, we currently have many components in place, and we will continue to expand in order to ensure that our students are 21st century ready. So if we can pull up the slide. And okay, thank you. So this evening, the presenters are myself, Jen Gridman, our EdTech TSA, Shanice Schneider, our government economic teachers at AHS, Jessica Rode, English teacher at AHS, and Eric Polovich, and Ann Sheen. Okay, so next page, please. Okay, thank you. So moving the district forward. Overall, AUSD has historically been behind the curve in terms of innovative technology integration in our teaching and learning, and we now have momentum. So we must capitalize on this momentum by making sure all our students have access and by thoughtfully using technology in our classrooms in age-appropriate ways, providing equitable learning experiences and equipping our students with the skills needed to have agency as they move into the world as a critical thinker and connected citizen are the goals that guide us. So questions we are going to address this evening. What type of learning experience do we want to provide for our students? Second, what do we mean by one-on-one and why is it important to have it? Where do things stand with our device rollout and where are they headed? Now, what are some bright tech spots happening in our classrooms? Okay. What is our vision moving forward? So now I'm going to hand this over to Ms. Gridman to go over deeper into the classroom.
Sorry, I was muted. Thanks so much for having me participate tonight. I'm really excited to share, especially because I think that the IT side of tech in Albany and the ed tech side have been pretty divided. And I'm really excited that we do have this momentum moving forward to create this team that bridges the two. The other thing that really just jumped out at me listening to our students present, and I think this is such a great segue into our tech presentation, because I think especially on this slide, there are so many things that our students brought up that I think you'll see that are mirrored here. And I think our integration of technology can be a really great way to make some of the changes that our students were suggesting. And just a couple of notes that I jotted down from that, that you'll see coming up on this slide are honoring different learning styles, allowing for student voice, creating meaningful assignments for students. And those are things that technology can definitely provide. I also wanted to shout out to Felix if he's still watching, because he was one of my students like 4 or 5 years ago. So what type of learning experience do we want to provide for our students? Some people call this 21st century learning. But I like to really focus more on the specifics. The type of learning experience we want to provide includes instruction that is learner-centered and it can be personalized. We like to provide experiences where our students aren't just consumers of information, but they're producers of critical thought. We really want to provide opportunities for collaboration and connection, and we want this to occur locally and globally as well. We see that success is achieved through learning experiences that provide multiple means of engagement and expression, and this is where a focus on UDL moving forward comes in. And as we just saw the power of student voice, we want to make sure our students' voices are encouraged and honored from the very youngest until they leave Albany. And we want to make sure students and our adults in our schools are continuing to learn new technologies. So I think it's important to back up a little bit. I think there's been some confusion around what one-to-one really means. We definitely provided one-to-one for our students to have access to technology during the pandemic, during remote learning. But a one-to-one initiative in schools isn't just for remote learning situations. So we wanted to just create a really clear definition for you for tonight. And currently our definition is that one-to-one means that each student in grades 3 through 12 will have access to a district issued Chromebook to use. Some of the things that going one-to-one provides, and this, I can talk about what it provides, and then I can talk also about some of the challenges of what we've experienced leading up until this time. So first of all, obviously equity, really just leveling out access for our students and making sure that everyone has the same opportunities, resources, access, and opportunities for engagement. Freedom and flexibility of use. As someone who used to teach out on Solano in what was then the student enrollment office, and I'm actually not quite sure what's in there right now, but that used to be my classroom. And so this one of freedom and flexibility of use, when I would try to roll a Chromebook cart around the corner, it was very, very difficult. Teachers have very little time, and so being one-to-one allows teachers that freedom and flexibility of use of technology without having to, in 10 minutes, use the bathroom, make some copies, grab a Chromebook cart from another class. And then even if they have grabbed it, is everything charged? Is everything back where they expect it to be? So one-to-one definitely provides that ease of use. We support about 15 right now different ed tech tools. that really allow us to engage our students in both catching up and also acceleration. These are tools that are supported by the district. And so having these Chromebooks allows us to really take advantage of those tools that we have spent our money on to support our students. And then also one of the really big issues around not being one-to-one has been the impact on usage during assessments. In the past, it's only been the SBAC, but the SBAC, and I'm speaking for elementary since that's where my experience was, would take, with all the administering and then makeups, would take about 6 weeks of time. And during that time, the Chromebooks were used solely for assessment, and that meant all other instruction on Chromebooks kind of came to a standstill. And now that we have FastBridge as well, that would add to that time when there's a huge impact on access for using Chromebooks for other engaging learning when they're being used for assessment. So going one-to-one also eliminates that. And I think I'm passing it over now to Eric or Jackie.
Eric, if this is there.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, President Hinckley, Vice President Doss, and board members. I'm going to talk about the rollout of the Chromebooks and one-to-one. I'll give a quick status update of where we are with that, as well as some other logistics surrounding the one-to-one. So before I get into it, I just want to briefly mention that the presentation was prepared last week to ensure that we were ready for the publishing of the board agenda. So there are a couple of updates to the slide. I just wanted to make you aware of that before I move on. First off, all 3 elementary schools currently have enough Chromebooks to provide to all of their students in grades 3 through 5. So we're 100% complete with the rollout of Chromebooks to the elementary schools, which is good news. And here, for this is where the updates come into effect. For the middle school, actually, before I get into that, as you know, we recently increased the staffing for the technology department, which is exciting news in and of itself. And with this increased staffing, not only are we able to continue providing support to our students and staff, but it has also allowed us the opportunity to devote more time to this project, the one-to-one rollout of Chromebooks. So I'm very happy to say that as of Monday, yesterday, all the devices for all students 6 through 8 were delivered to the middle school. So we're 100% complete with the rollout for the middle school. Again, for the high school, updated figures here. We have 100% of the devices configured. I think we're about 70% have actually been delivered to the high school, but the remaining devices have been configured and are ready to be delivered to the site whenever they are ready to take those. So that's also exciting news. And then this last one is just an overview of the entire district. And currently we have delivered Chromebooks to the sites for approximately 95% of all students grades 3 through 12, with, like I said, the remaining 5 to 6% of those devices have been configured and are ready to deploy. So we're definitely winding down the actual rollout to the sites. Can move to the next slide. That leads me into a discussion of repair, retention, and refresh plans for one-to-one. Like I said, we're or almost complete with the actual rollout of devices for the students. And the next phase of this project is to prepare, configure, and deploy enough Chromebooks so that each site will have 30 spare Chromebooks. The purpose of this is to ensure seamless, consistent, and equitable access to devices for all students throughout the day. So say a student forgets a Chromebook at home, they can quickly and easily check one out from the site for the day. Or if a student device stops functioning at some point during the day, again, they can quickly and easily turn that in and check out a loaner until their device can be repaired. And in technology, we have lots of support requests, and we can't always drop what we're doing to go work on a Chromebook that stopped working. So in the event that maybe it takes us a day to get to that Chromebook, or even worst case scenario, it's an issue where we need to send it back to the manufacturer, and it might take 5 days, a week. Even for those scenarios, the student will have access to a Chromebook until their originally issued device can be repaired. So in addition to the extra Chromebooks that each site will have, the technology department has additional spare Chromebooks in our inventory that will be configured and ready to deploy. So in the event that either a student Chromebook or any of those spare Chromebooks at the sites cannot be repaired for whatever reason, we can quickly and easily replace those with a new Chromebook. Additionally, if a new student enters the district mid-year, again, we'll be able to quickly and easily deploy a Chromebook to those students. What leads me into retention of the Chromebooks. So this year, every student 3 through 12 is getting a new Chromebook. But going forward, the plan is students entering 3rd grade, 6th grade, and 9th grade will be issued a new Chromebook. And they'll be expected to keep that Chromebook throughout their term at that school. So let's say a 3rd grader gets one. When they enter 3rd grade, they'll be expected to keep it until they graduate 5th grade, when they'll return it. Incoming 6th graders will get a new one and be expected to keep it until they graduate 8th, 9th, until they graduate high school. And obviously any student that leaves the district before graduating high school will be expected to return their Chromebook at that time. So every student will be expected to keep their Chromebook 3 to 4 years, 4 years in high school, 3 years for the younger grades. And 3 to 4 years is a typical expected lifespan for a Chromebook. So the refresh plan, like I said, all incoming 3rd, 6th, and 9th graders will get a new Chromebook. And when they return them, when they graduate 5th, 8th, and 12th, those Chromebooks most likely will be recycled. If there's any that are in very good or excellent condition, the technology will probably keep those and be able to redeploy those in other
uses, say for intervention classes, special education, other ways that we can use those Chromebooks. But each year we'll have enough new devices to provide them to all 3rd, 6th, and 9th graders, as well as any new students to the district. And finally, families will be asked to sign an agreement before the Chromebook will be issued to their student. The basics of the agreement is to make them aware of their responsibility, both for the hardware itself and the way it's used, so that they're aware of their responsibility regarding lost, stolen devices, or any damage beyond normal wear and tear, as well as how they use the device, and ensure that the students are aware that they need to use the device responsibly and in accordance with our acceptable use policy. And so that is the end of my portion of the presentation, and I think I'm giving it back to Jen.
Yeah. And I think I also want to just clarify, and I think that possibly others can chime in during questions, but that, definitely at elementary, the idea is that these Chromebooks mostly stay at school to be used in the classroom. I know there's more movement of the Chromebooks in 6th through 12th grade to get around to different classes and back and forth to home, possibly more, but in elementary, the idea is that overall they would mostly stay at school. So I just wanted to add that in as well. It's been a busy fall. We had a lot of momentum with an amazing amount of growth and like we said at the beginning, momentum in terms of tech integration. Our hand was kind of forced during the pandemic. I mean, we're still in the pandemic, so during remote teaching. And then we came back and we're swamped with tech needs in the district. And so, it's been a slower start to having students with one-to-one than we had, obviously, when they were all at home back in the classroom. But we did want to share with you some bright spots that have been happening, just to give you a glimpse into the kinds of projects and things that are possible now that these Chromebooks have been rolled out. And I also want to point out here that, the value of one-to-one devices really depends on how meaningfully they're utilized. And like we said on that slide about our learning goals, our learning experiences for students, tech is just a tool. It can sometimes be the right tool to meet those needs. It's not always the right tool. Sometimes a piece of paper and a pencil, sometimes your dictionary, sometimes, just having a conversation with your classmates is the right tool. And so tech just for tech's sake is not the vision, right? Tech as a means to creating more dynamic, engaging, meaningful, collaborative learning experiences is the vision. And so here are just a couple of spotlights that are happening, and then we'll dive into some more targeted spotlights. Like I said earlier, we have about 15 district-supported ed tech applications that are available to be used in classrooms. We have students in 5th grade at Cornell who are creating their own passion sites, websites, favorite work portfolios. So those are in the midst right now. We have 7th and 8th grade students that are reporting out to us on the importance of using their Chromebooks for peer editing, for collaborative annotating, for giving each other peer feedback on their writing and in their reading. We have 4th and 5th graders using Google My Maps to create projects around California and US regions. Lots of classrooms are using dynamic applications like Kahoot or quizzes to do content review, to get ready for assessments, for learning, for teachers to figure out what students have learned about a topic before moving on. Students are learning really important organizational skills. I worked personally with a group of 7th grade students on organizing Google Drives and thinking about how they can, be organizing their digital life. And there are some amazing realistic fiction Google slide projects going on in at least one 4th grade classroom I saw at Marin, probably more, but I was lucky enough to see some work from a particular 4th grade class at Marin. So we're going to talk a little bit about a couple of more specific highlights. And Mr. Corcoran, a 4th grade student at Ocean View, is not here to present his own work. It's the middle of conferences for elementary teachers, and it's late, so he allowed me to speak on his behalf. But Mr. Corcoran uses Chromebooks a lot for a lot of different projects in his classroom. He records too some amazing reviews of things that are happening in his classroom and posts them on YouTube so students can watch, families can watch. I encourage you to try to find him because he's doing some really great stuff. He's doing programming and Tinkercad and 3D printing with his students. This was an amazing project where students took pictures of their class mascot, which is this little stuffed dog. This was a combination of social emotional learning. They were talking about emotions. They wrote about different emotions and took photos of their class mascot expressing these different emotions. And then they did some writing to tie it all together. He uses lots and lots of choice boards. These are available to students when they either need more review or when they're done with other work. And they have class challenges, and they have some choice there on how they review math concepts. And he did these really fun kind of green screen. There's that dog again, interviewing each student. So they learned some video tools there, but also just the incredible community building that happened through this project was really amazing. So that's our focused elementary spotlight. And I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Schneider.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Shaughnessy Schneider, and I'm at the high school, obviously. So I teach government economics to seniors, but also I have a mixed grade level class that is current global events, which is a breath of fresh air amidst all the government economics. It's awesome to have that class this year. So my interest in a lot of the stuff we're doing with one-to-one was kind of perfect timing because I am a graduate student at San Francisco State. And this whole year I'm using to gather data for my thesis project. And so the first thing I did was really wanting to focus on the learning tools that are in the classroom and how technology and traditional tools impact learning outcomes, and then how technology sort of can improve group-worthy tasks, build collaboration, critical thinking skills, and other things that are needed, particularly in the social studies classroom. And what you see up here on this slide is really, I found, and this is a survey that was taken from all my classes, so like almost 150 kids. Overwhelmingly, students prefer a hybrid of tools in the classroom. So really like the analog style with textbook, paper packets, pen and pencil, with then kind of more up-to-date computers, high-speed internet, and other digital tools that they use in the classroom. And in general, for me, that is ideal for my research because this really mimics how their post-high school learning and experiences will be, right? Like a mix of pen and pencil and computers. And so next slide, please. And so a few things that we are doing in particular, I'll just highlight what we're doing this week in government economics, which I love. I forgot just the term peer editing. So lots of peer editing happening right now. And so we're using the one-to-one computer access really to have a really collaborative civics environment in the classroom. And so one of our culminating activities in the government classroom for this semester is 3v3 and some 2v2 debates. So students are working with Noodle tools and really having collaborative documents to make a large annotated bibliography focused on various civics prompts. We also, used it earlier in the school year when we were teaching, when the students were learning about gerrymandering and other civics-focused computer-based games, which are really fun and challenging. And of course, we take full advantage of the Google Suite for many different things. I do about half Google Suite turn-in to paper turn-in, which seems to really work for me and the students. And in general, there's just always a space where students can see what's upcoming for the next week and the week that if they happen to miss school. So other things we're using for one-to-one is students are using building slide decks, Kahoots. We did a really large scale sort of jigsaw reading on various court cases. And so that kind of looks like having like a paper packet with primary sources at times, and then using other sources that come from the California Historical Society and reading like historian, etc. And then the last thing that I'm really seeing a lot of positive feedback from students is in current events, which is, you know, a mixed grade level class, current global events. The whole class made blog posts, which was awesome for the region that we were focused. And then the thing we are doing this week in current global events and one-to-one access, or just computer access in general, is critical, is that we're dissecting newspapers. Particularly the next 2 weeks, we're focused in Japan. So looking at the 5 different main newspapers in Japan and then dissecting them. And we can only do that with computers in the classroom. So that's what's going on with me. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thanks so much. And I think Miss Rohde's up next.
Yep. Hi, y'all. It's good to see you all again. This slide talks a little bit about what's going on in my class, but I think that my class is not special at all in the sense that all of these things are happening in English classes and also classes in other disciplines across the high school. The 2 things that are highlighted here are 2 different kinds of collaboration. And so often I have students not just peer editing, although they are also doing that, but they're co-creating documents together, they're working on projects together, and it offers them the opportunity to asynchronously talk with each other and also just see the work that somebody else is creating. It also prevents that pesky statement that we sometimes hear, which is the assignment is in the other person's backpack and they're not at school right now, so I just can't do anything today, which used to happen way more before we had computers in the classroom. So just having this centralized location for students to share work and be able to work on a Google Doc together, and for me to be able to see who's doing what in a Google Doc is really helpful to me as a teacher. I think the other thing that I just want to echo with what Jen was saying and what Shaughnessy was saying is often in our classrooms, we're not, especially at the high school, our goal, or my goal at least, is to not tell students what necessarily the topics that we're studying are, but it's to help them to explore questions that they're interested in within a framework. And then my job is to support that curiosity and to respond to their questions with more questions and help them to find resources to answer their questions. And so this small thing off to the right is just a piece of an ongoing research project from last year where students had multiple steps to go find sources and to answer these open-ended research questions that they had for me, and I could respond to them. They could do some of that work in class. They could see the questions that I had for them or the ways that I was talking about their sources in their documents, and then they could respond to me as well. So this is having computers in the classroom and having this one-to-one rollout is really going to be helpful for us to be able to be flexible with the way that we show up for every student in our classroom. And when I'm thinking of a resource, but I can't just send a student a link, that decreases what's the word I'm looking for? It decreases the student's likelihood to go follow that link. If they're talking about something, I'm like, oh, hey, go to this website right now, and like, this is exactly what you're talking about, they're much more likely to respond to that. So that ability to be flexible in my classroom, to redirect where I'm going based on student interest is super important to me, and it's super important to many of the English teachers and social studies teachers and science teachers and so forth in our school. So I think that's everything that I wanted to say.
Awesome. Thanks, Jessica. So I wanted to just kind of reiterate what we've all talked about, and just also point out that, you know, it's really this combination of the technology, the actual hardware, the tool, but also kind of the pedagogical like thinking around how they're used that you know, we have to support our teachers in understanding that, and we have to make sure that the team supporting the technology, both on the educational side and on the IT side, are working really closely together. I mean, there's things around how Chromebooks are going to get charged. There's things around where they're going to get stored. I mean, there's all kinds of logistical issues. And so it really is a team effort. A lot of teachers, while there is momentum, need a lot more support and training in terms of thinking through these meaningful ways that tech can be integrated. I just wanted to share this graphic that kind of talks again about this real high agency personalized learning, and that can be for students at very young ages. I've seen kindergartners record audio recording a dictation, and then a QR code is attached to it. And I've seen those kindergartners walk around a classroom with an iPad and be able to hear each other's stories. So just because you're 5 doesn't mean that there can't be some real meaningful, personalized ways that tech could be used to provide a really engaging, individualized, well-paced learning experience that gives voice to our students in different ways. So I think that's it for me. And I think this is you, Anne.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gripman. So what is our vision moving forward? Tonight, we shared our vision for technology integration, as well as our current state of technology integration within our classrooms as an integral tool for effective teaching and learning. Moving forward, we will continue to focus our efforts on developing a comprehensive technology plan that keeps student learning at the center and student outcomes as our North Star. It is our goal to bridge information technology and education technology by addressing how to keep devices working in the classroom and how to support teachers with ongoing professional learning. Our ultimate vision is to develop classrooms that integrate technology as a part of everyday learning, in which universal design for learning is seamlessly integrated into Tier 1 instruction, a multi-tiered system of support at all of our schools. And in order to see this vision to fruition, we will continue to provide ongoing professional learning opportunities as it relates to pedagogy and tools, as well as ensure that all students have access to age-appropriate devices. Next slide, please. We would like to conclude by acknowledging and appreciating the team that collaborated on this presentation. This team, consisting of educational services leaders, site leaders, classroom leaders, and technology department leaders, will continue to collaborate together as we continue this journey to provide access to information, tools, resources, and education that best prepares our students for college, career, community, and leadership in the 21st century. I'll now hand it back to CBO Kim for closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Shin. So if we go back to one slide back, thank you. So I'm really glad to say that Mr. Polovich also shared his vision with the data privacy and also enhance our cybersecurity since we have one-on-one Chromebook in our vision now. That I'm glad to say that we finally have this team to move forward to our 21st century learning and to support everyday learning. That's that, and the last slide. So thank you for supporting the technology for our Albany students.
Sorry, couldn't find my unmute button. Thank you all so much. This is really, really super helpful and informative. And I don't know if folks have questions, but just really great to hear what's happening in our district around technology. So I'll open it up to the board for questions or comments. Trustee Duran.
First, I'd like to thank you for a really thoughtful presentation by all of you. I'll just throw this out as sort of food for thought, not to be responded to, I guess, but something that I recall maybe 6 years ago, 8 years ago, in reading about a school in Menlo Park area where all the techie kids went to school, the kids of the techie parents rather, in an elementary school, and there they had absolutely not one computer. And that was part of their philosophy, that they didn't want their young kids to be exposed too early to technology. And well, let's put it not in school, because obviously at home there was going to be some sort of interaction. But so I've always thought since about that. And while I've been really excited about all our students having access during the remote learning, I'm just wondering if that's not something we'd like to think twice about what really would be appropriate at what age to really have the kids so highly involved. I mean, I have seen it at elementary and how they use it, but I still would like just to put the thought out there. A second thing is, I wanted to see if you, sort of this technology committee, have thought about the rollout in terms of students carrying Chromebooks back and forth in their backpacks. And I really only know this because of one incident that a parent reported at AMS. And I didn't know if Chromebooks are actually assigned individually to the kids at the high school, and whether they carry that Chromebook to all the different classrooms and they take it home with them. Because I was just thinking of potential damage there. And also the fact that physically it might be hard on kids to, in addition to different textbooks, carry a Chromebook home with them too, back and forth. And so I don't know if that's something that you're going to be discussing further in terms of somewhat of a policy, or if that's going to be an individual student thing. But I guess maybe the basic question I'd like to ask here is, at the high school, does each student have their own Chromebook that they carry to all their classes and then they take it home, or maybe put it in their locker for the evening? I don't know if Ms. Schneider knows. Since you're a teacher there, can I ask you?
Yeah, sure. So the seniors, the Patricia Pope, Miss Pope, who's, kind of in charge of rolling out all the Chromebooks, came and did the whole one-to-one, like everyone has to get a Chromebook. And that happened last week. So that all happened last week. What students are doing with their Chromebooks, I can't tell you exactly, but I know there is definitely a desire to want to have storage for them at school. I will say I do hear about that. But in general, all of my seniors are feeling like they have their Chromebooks, so that's good.
Okay. And I wanted to also ask about, Eric had mentioned, Mr. Polovich had mentioned that the Chromebooks will have to be replaced after a few years. And I'm wondering if the district has started looking at what that cost will be to the district every 4 years, for example, and if we are calculating that for the future years. I don't know if CBO Kim wants to address that.
Sure. Maybe Eric can maybe talk about the first part of how many Chromebooks we are planning to replenish, and then we can talk about the cost, maybe two part. Would you be?
Yeah, so I mean, all students got new ones this year, so I think the plan was not to refresh next year, because as the kids in graduating 5th, 8th, and 12th turn them in at the end of the year, they will only have been used for a year. So we can redeploy those for the incoming 3rd, 6th, and 9th graders next school year. But the number would be for all incoming 3rd, 6th, and 9th graders going forward. I don't know the exact number of how many students that would be.
Did you have another question, Trustee Durham?
I have one other question, but I thought CBO was going to follow up with Mr. Pavlovich's comment.
Sure. So usually the refreshment cycle in that area, we have about 230K that we will have to replenish.
Okay. And the last comment is really, I think, to the superintendent. If superintendent, would you be able to provide the board with a update in a Friday update, a list of the current technology staff members that we have and what their roles are, just so that the board has a better understanding of that?
Since it's asked here at the public meeting, I would prefer to provide that update in the superintendent report at our next meeting. That way the public could get the response as well. And the Friday update.
Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
Trustee Dana.
Yeah, I'd just like to communicate my gratitude for everyone that put together this presentation, that prepared. I think it was really thorough, and frankly, I don't have really any questions, but I would like to acknowledge something that Ms. Schneider said earlier about Ms. Patricia Pope. I saw her actually today, and she was putting barcodes on a good 400 chargers for the computers. And she had around 4 students helping her over the span of 2 hours or something. And I was in there watching, and it was crazy. She couldn't even get the 400 chargers all barcoded with the sticky stuff on top. And I just wanted to just say thank you so much. I don't know if she's listening or not, but she really has been working to put everything together in terms of getting the Chromebooks out to all of the high schoolers. And I just find that so important. I think it's really important to acknowledge her, especially having seen her actually doing the work and how much effort it really takes to have that sheer amount of stuff to hand out. So I wanted to say that. And then I also wanted to say thank you, because I know a lot of students have a lot of students reached out to me in Ichitaka, and we didn't really have follow-ups with them. We tried to, but it didn't really work out. However, quite a few students came up to us and actually did say, hey, the Chromebook situation is weird. We want one-to-one Chromebooks. That was actual dialogue that I had with students that approached me. So I just want to say that on behalf of quite a few students, this is something that is really important to their education. And we can see that especially from the lens of the fact that we're coming back from having a year fully on computers. It's just very jarring to be in person and not have any technology whatsoever. So I really like and want to advocate for the hybrid situation that a lot of my teachers have going. I think that's really important as well. So not any questions. Great presentation. Thank you so much.
Vice President Doss.
Really appreciate, all the information. I had a couple of questions. One is listening to, some of the presenters. For example, Ms. Rose sounds she's very proficient and has a real handle on this, using the Google Doc and seeing that, how much work certain students are doing because it updates in real time on the Google Doc, right? So you can see that. I imagine that maybe for teachers that have traditionally been doing things the old-fashioned way for a long period of time, that might be a really hard transition. So I'm wondering kind of what that's like, on the ground level, like are there some teachers that kind of shy away from the use of Chromebooks and things like that? Or is this something that is kind of an overall transition where everybody's kind of jumping into? Is my first question. And then my second question is with the transition to the one-on-one where everybody, has access, how is that for kind of the technology like workload? I would imagine that now that everybody has access, that would become maybe potentially really overwhelming. So like, how is that for kind of the workload, and did that have an effect like on our overall like system? Were there any upgrades that needed to be made and things like that in order to kind of support everyone now that they're all online pretty consistent?
Could I jump in first on that first question around teachers and their, the scope of usage? And I'd love to hear from other people if you have things to add. But just because I, ever since March 2020, have been working really closely with teachers on a wide variety of things, from honestly, like learning that you could delete more than one email at a time, like to really, seriously, to really, learning some really interesting ways to be transforming their teaching using tech. There's the whole spectrum, right? You're going to have that. It's like having a classroom of kids. A classroom of kids, you have a wide spectrum of ability and willingness and capacity, right? And so it's been the same with teachers and paras and staff for sure. I can't say enough about people's I've never been prouder, right, than watching teachers, especially teachers that have a discomfort with technology, and they're out there for sure. And the things that they've taken on and the learning that's happened. And I had teachers before that were like, I never, ever, ever want to incorporate tech in my class, and then saw what it did for kids during remote learning. And this kind of, I raised my hand a little bit to respond to what Trustee Duran was asking before about a school that chooses not to expose kids to tech at an earlier age. And so I'll just touch on it here too. Having experience teaching fourth and fifth graders primarily is where I was teaching. Tech gives voice to kids in ways sometimes, and engagement to kids in ways sometimes that you can't imagine, right? You have a conversation in the class, or you read a book together, or you watch a video together, and the same 4 or 5 hands shoot up in class. Whereas if you have some tools at your disposal to get a response from every single student, you're giving voice to some students that would never be expressing their opinions or their thoughts. And so without even knowing it, you're honoring the voice of all of your students just by incorporating some of these tools. And I think that's important. Like I said, I'm not advocating for our kindergarten and first graders, or even our fourth and fifth graders, to be on a computer all day. I think that it's a part of a bigger picture, right? And there are times when it's the right tool, and there are times when it's not the right tool. And that goes for kindergartners all the way through 12th graders, right? And I think Ms. Rhodey and Ms. Schneider would agree that they want their seniors not on computers, isolated on a dock all day, but it does serve a purpose. So I think I went like beyond what you asked, Trustee Doss, but yeah. And I think that that's also, not to like like put in a plug for retaining my position, but I think that teachers having support is really, really, really important. So to have office hours, to have tutorials, to have workshops, to have a place where teachers can go when they aren't comfortable, so that somebody can hop on Zoom with them, stop by their classroom, walk them through it, I think is really important, and I think has been really valuable since March of 2020. So.
I think just to jump on that comment, two things. One is that it's definitely true that certain teachers use technology in their classrooms more often than other teachers. But the other thing that's also true is that all of the teachers are getting better at the technology that they are using. So I'm getting better every time I use technology in the classroom, but so is the teacher who's not using technology that much and is maybe using Google Docs or having all the students on a computer in their classroom for the first time. So we're all learning, and maybe we're all at different places, but everybody is improving their ability to determine when is it appropriate, and also like, how do I use these tools in my classroom? And we wouldn't be able to do that if we didn't have these tools available to us.
Thank you. Did you have another question, Vice President Doss?
No, those are my only two questions.
Okay. Trustee Lyra.
Yeah. First and foremost, I also want to like echo the sentiments that like this presentation is super thorough and oops. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I love how thorough this presentation is, and I just have like one specific question. But before I ask my question, I just want to make sure that I understand. Third through fifth graders can take these Chromebooks home, correct?
I don't know that I'm the one to answer that. I think that it would be a specific, you know, if a teacher had a specific project, or if there was something that they were working on where they'd want to make sure students had access, I definitely think it would be more toward the fifth grade end. I can't speak for every site and every teacher. I think in general, the idea would be the majority of the time to have the Chromebooks remain at school. And again, I'd love for other people to chime in on that. But I think as of right now, that is kind of where things stood.
Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying that. Because my question is like a little bit related to that, but not exactly. But my question just sort of has to do with what Trustee Duron brought up. I thought she brought up a really interesting point about like the early exposure of standard like technological use for young children, and that made me start thinking about like their media literacy skills. I know we have classes at the middle school and high school about how to like determine what is or isn't like false information or news, or like what are like or aren't credible sources. So I'm just wondering if there are plans to continue that with like elementary schools, especially when this is like a student's Chromebook that they like might have to take home for a project, is what I'm hearing. I think it's just really important to equip them with these skills to like really like thoughtfully and like carefully navigate the internet. So yeah, are there any plans to help these younger students develop media literacy skills?
Our media specialists, our librarians do a lot of that work at the elementary. They do a lot of work with materials created by Common Sense Media, and do a lot of work around digital literacy with our students. So I know that is happening, and I definitely think there's room for doing even more of it. But I know that elementary teachers work on that a lot. Thanks for bringing that up.
Trustee Davidson.
So thank you so much. And I want to just start out, okay, I have a couple quick questions, and but I'm going to lead off with this comment. I think with the item that we've pulled that we're going to discuss later, it's great that it's actually coming after this presentation for me. But I definitely have a concern, and my concern is that I really want to make sure as we're moving forward that we make this position that the TSA right now into something permanent in our district, because this plan that's been presented, and from what I can see so far, is a huge need to help support our teachers and to have somebody who understands, the tech side, the IT side of this, and somebody who understands the ed tech side of this. And I, as I'm seeing it right now, we sort of have both of those wonderful personalities here and those expertise. And so I would just say that in any way that we can, that we add permanence to this TSA position, so that it's something that we can rely on to carry this plan forward. Since we made an investment in the hardware, now let's make the investment in the execution of it. On that super quick note, so now we're going with 1-to-1 for our third grade and up. However, we were given the numbers previously. We purchased 3,800 Chromebooks in the district. We have an enrollment of 3,506 students, leaving us 2,752 third through fifth graders. So I'm just wondering if there's a plan for those 1,100 Chromebooks that we purchased that are now not being fully utilized. We can not use this, or something's wrong with my numbers now from what we were told in the previous meetings. I'm just going back on my notes. And then a couple other questions and observations. One, as the students are sort of looping with the Chromebooks, it sounds to me like as they go on in their years, they're utilizing this technology more and more and more. And so then they're using the older and older and older devices as they're utilizing it more and more. So I just wonder if we want to take a look at that. And the last thing is, I really would love to see how like our language departments and our math departments are utilizing the technology.
I don't know if anyone wants to speak to any of those comments. All right. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Sarah, if those questions can't be answered tonight, I would love to have that information at a later date.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we can certainly put those responses in a Friday update. I thought staff was going to respond, but I think it's getting late and people are a little loopy, but I can make them a part of Friday update.
Well, we have a long way to go, so let's regroup, everybody. Go ahead, Jen.
I just wanted to add to our student, it was advocacy committee that, and I just saw so much overlap between the things you were talking about and potential, integration with the fact that we have Chromebooks. And so if I can be of any support to you guys moving forward, please reach out at any time.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Also, like while I have the floor, Trustee Davidson, as far as I can tell, like with my experience in math, like Chromebooks haven't quite been as implemented, as well as like the language I'm taking currently, but I know that it like changes like across staff and like teachers, and a bunch of teachers approach it different ways. So I don't want to like speak on behalf of all of the, but to shed a little bit of light on like what I've experienced, that's what it seems to be so far. But then again, I haven't had a personal Chromebook yet. They're not completely distributed, so that might also be a factor.
Great. Well, we will certainly be getting more updates about some of the more, I don't know what the word is, logistical, the machine issues over the next in response to some of these board comments. And also we'll figure out how to hear more perhaps at the end of this school year about the sort of educational issues, and maybe one of the ways the students can help us is to give us some feedback about how that rollout has been and how the use of technology in the classroom has been going this year, now that we're not quite post-pandemic, but we're all in a school building anyway. So thanks again for all of the hard work pulling all of this together and giving us a really detailed picture about how we're using technology in the classroom. And yeah, and I appreciate your offer to give us more, answer some of our questions in the future. So we'll make sure that those get directed to the right place. Yeah, Trustee Davidson.
Can I just propose that when we end this item, we take like a 2-minute bio break for everybody? Is that okay? So we've been 3.5 hours on without a pause.
It is not only okay, but you have the right to unilaterally ask for that. So so be it. So we will have a 4-minute break and we will reconvene at 10:30. Do not leave your Zoom unless you are one of the presenters who gets to leave and go to bed. The rest of us leave your Zoom connected and we'll see you at 10:30. Thank you again. All right, I think we are all back. All right, I'm going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is the second review and discussion item, the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant.
Wow, I think this is the agenda item that everyone's been waiting for. Oh, no, this is not it?
Well,
oh, okay.
Hopefully not. We were supposed to do those an hour ago.
No, this was this is the block grant that we had the opportunity to review and discuss at our last meeting. And so the board is well aware of the block grant, and today is a review and action. Dr. Shin can give
No,
a brief...
this is not a review and action item. We have not had this before the board before.
Oh, I got my items mixed up. My apologies there. This is the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant Review and Discussion. I'm ahead of myself. The review and action would come at the next board meeting. And this will be facilitated by Dr. Shin.
Thank you, Dr. Wells. Ms. Shen, presentation deck, please. Good evening, Superintendent Wells, Board Trustees, District Leadership Team, and Albany community. We have great news. I'm excited to let you know that we have recently received notice that AUSD will be receiving additional state funds known as the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Next slide, please. Our objective tonight is to share information about the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant and seek board recommendation on how to best allocate this funding to support educator learning in the best interest of our students. Next slide, please. So what is the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant? In the famous words of Dr. Wells, I'm glad you asked. It is state funding provided to districts to provide professional learning for teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and classified staff in order to promote educator equity, quality, and effectiveness. Next slide, please. So what are the requirements of the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant for districts receiving the funds? We are required to develop and adopt a plan by December 30th, 2021. Within the plan, we must delineate expenditure of funds apportioned, including the professional development of teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and classified staff. The AUSD plan will be presented at our December 14th board meeting for board approval and adoption. Next slide, please. AUSD will receive $771,374 for 5 years, starting in the 21-22 school year and ending in the 2025-26 school year. Spreading these funds over the 5 years means that AUSD will have approximately $154,275 over the next 5 years to invest in professional learning for our educators. Next slide, please. The state has given us the following guidelines about how the funding can be utilized in the strategic plan. The first strategy is for coaching and mentoring for our beginning teachers and administrators during the induction period. The second strategy is for instructional effectiveness and improvements, programs that lead to effective standards-aligned instruction and improve instruction in literacy across all subject areas. The third is pupil re-engagement, practices and strategies that re-engage pupils and lead to accelerated learning. Next slide, please. The fourth recommendation is strategies to improve social emotional learning, trauma-informed practices, suicide prevention, access to mental health services, and other services that improve pupil well-being. The fifth is practice to create a positive school climate, restorative justice, anti-bias training, PBIS, which stands for Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, and MTSS, multi-tier systems of support. The sixth is inclusive practices, strategies to improve inclusive practices such as UDL, Universal Design for Learning. Next slide, please. Effective language acquisition is the seventh recommended strategy. Instruction, education to support and implement effective language acquisition programs for English learners. The eighth suggested strategy is to support new professional learning networks for educators not already engaged in an education-related professional learning network. The ninth is ethnic studies. Instruction, education, and strategies to incorporate ethnic studies curricula as a course of study requirement for all secondary students. Next slide, please. The last in this list of recommendations from the state is early childhood education. Instruction, education, and strategies for certificated and classified educators in early childhood education or childhood development. As a summary, the themes that are reiterated through all of the suggested strategies are professional development focused on instruction, education, practice, programs, and strategies that promote educator equity, quality, and effectiveness. Next slide, please. As a next step, we seek board recommendation for this expenditure plan. Based on the recommendations from tonight, we will develop an investment plan that is aligned with those recommendations and needs. Then we will present the plan at the next board meeting for review, approval, and adoption. After the approval and adoption, we will put the plan into action. This concludes the presentation. And now I welcome the questions and recommendations from the board and community.
I have just a quick question before we get to the discussion. Can you go back to the slide about the amount of funding? I don't remember which slide it was. Thank you. Does the money have to be spent over 5 years, or is it that the grant that we have 5 years to spend it? In other words, is that part of the decision before us that we could front, spend more money in the first 2 years, or what are the parameters for that?
Sure, that's a great question. And actually, yes, they do not stipulate that it has to be spent over the 5 years, but it is their recommendation. But if we choose to spend more within certain years, that's okay as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, board, well, hopefully we have some recommendations that we can start with. Questions, clarifications, thoughts? Does the, I guess I should ask first if the superintendent or you, Dr. Schninn, have your own thoughts or things you'd like us to think about? Because what you've offered is this is what's allowed under the grant. So are there things that you're already thinking about wanting to do that might help frame our discussion?
Yes, as the board knows, we have two major initiatives around teaching and learning closer to achievement gaps. And we know that MTSS and UDL are the chief initiatives this year and moving forward. And it would be good to have someone, a coordinator, laser focused with providing all of the, facilitating that whole process, providing the training and implementation of that, so that it's done with great fidelity and be a support to our teachers around the district. So that was some of our preliminary thought in terms of how to best use this money. That way it's in alignment with some really valued and committed focus in terms of our district-wide initiative. We thought that might be the best use of it. We also had some other thoughts that came from others who thought about maybe additional mental health, and then we thought about other funds we identified for additional mental health to address that need. But our thinking is having someone who can help us facilitate our two big initiatives in the area, again, of UDL, Universal Design for Learning, so that lessons are accessed by all kids at all levels, and then the MTSS that service the mental health SEL side of the house and the academic side of the house. We currently don't have that and lacking, and that can really help propel us to doing things with the greatest of fidelity in those key areas again.
And if I may add, we believe that the best resource in any district is its human resource. And by the name of this grant, it says Educator Effectiveness Grant. And it is really speaking to the need to develop professionally for educators. And in order for educators to develop professionally, we must increase and expand our learning. And in order to expand our learning, we have to focus our efforts on training in the areas that Dr. Wells just mentioned, because that is our district-wide initiative. And again, the concept of lead by learning. In order to best teach our students how to learn is to show them how to learn by, again, showing them that we're willing to learn, we're able to learn, expand our capacity in order to, in turn, better teach our students. So as always, the best investment for any district is compassionate, collaborative, passionate, inspiring educators who can then pass that on to our students.
Thank you. Trustee Duran.
First, I actually was going to have the same question as you asked, President Hinckley, because I was surprised that you came tonight, Dr. Shin, and it was a tabula rasa for board members to just whatever we say, right? Whatever we want. I mean, I don't know if you felt some pushback from us at any other time, but, you know, I was shocked that it was blank. The sheet was blank. And so I really do appreciate, because first thing I thought was the UDL. Absolutely. You know, we've all been talking about it. Special ed parents have been talking about it like forever now. And I think we're all getting on that same page finally, you know. So I really do appreciate what Dr. Wells said. And the thing that I was wondering, I know that once again there's a time crunch here, but have you thought about also surveying teachers and the paraprofessionals and the principals as to what they thought were priorities and what they needed, especially teachers and paras? What kind of training did they feel they needed?
We have not engaged in the survey process, and we're happy to, of course, collaborate with our educators about that. At the same time, we're very clear about the 3 district initiatives that we have implemented this year, and that we want to solidify that learning. So again, not only have we engaged in the implementation of UDL and MTSS, but we're also solidifying the implementation of the FastBridge assessment system. So in order for those 3 initiatives to really take a hold and provide the impact that we want on student achievement, we must provide the training for our education leaders in order for them to understand what it is that we are all envisioning to do, and also understand the concepts and the content well enough to deliver it to our students. So we definitely are clear about those district-wide trainings that must happen. But outside of that, sure, we would love to also collaborate with our teachers about other trainings that they would like.
Well, I was just going to say that given those 3 trainings, I mean, that's going to take the $750,000, I'm guessing, you know, so there is not going to be much money left. But I'm just wondering if there's a way to involve teachers and paras more in terms of maybe providing them with the overview of these 3 initiatives, and then seeing what kind of insight or what they declare is their need for each of those, because that may help any trainer to realize, oh, the majority of the teachers or the majority of the paras are thinking this is an area of strength or this is an area of need, et cetera. You know, so that was just my thought around that, to really because this money is for them, and it would be really good to hear a little bit from them around these 3 initiatives. The other thing I was thinking is that next time when you present, would we be able to see how we're going to measure the success of this block grant? What assessment are we going to use to assess whether we've been successful? In other words, how are we going to see it in the classroom? maybe after this training, or how else can we, or, student feedback, because they've also talked tonight about basically about UDL, right, in terms of different approaches for student learning. So I'm just wondering, I just feel that it's important that we have an assessment piece as part of the presentation, maybe next time, in terms of how we're going to achieve what we hope to accomplish, how we're going to measure the success. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Shin, I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say our student success is our success. So it would always be measured in terms of student achievement outcomes, of course. Obviously, if we are delivering the type of instruction that resonates with our students and is effective, our student achievement should increase and improve as well. But we also want qualitative data always, not just quantitative data. We want to hear the story. We want to hear from our students, just like the presentation they gave tonight was amazing. And we want to continue to get feedback from them in terms of how effective are the strategies that teachers will implement as a result of their training. And we should also see that quantitatively in student achievement data, because that should also increase and improve as a result of their increased engagement in the type of learning that they want.
Trustee Davidson.
I just wanted to put in my vote before anyone even recommended for UDL and MTSS. So I'm in support of spending the money there.
Trustee Lira.
I am also in support of working on this UDL, and then also, Trustee Deron asked one of my questions already about how we will be reviewing these results. So I'm glad we're on the same page about that. And then this other question, not really a question, but sorry, it's not a question at all, but giving my own 2 cents from what we saw earlier from the student engagement presentation today. I see on one of the slides about how EEBT can be utilized, that one of the points is social emotional learning. And I really feel like that ties into a lot of what the students were talking about with mental health check-ins. I could totally see these funds being used to help students, help teachers figure out how to effectively check in on a student so that this work isn't put onto our counselors who are dealing with so many students at once. So I would personally love to see this go towards social emotional learning.
Trustee Dana.
Just to add an anecdote to what Trustee Lira just said, there was one time when I went into the counseling office and I couldn't see my counselor because she was just so backed up with an amount of people, and I needed to talk to her right then urgently. And luckily a different counselor was open. So I went to that counselor instead, but it was kind of inconvenient because I know my counselor knew me the best because she still knows me as a person, which I find the counselors are trying to get to know the students as much as possible. And I just find that I agree with Trustee Lira and other trustees when they say that a mental health and social emotional focus should be really promoted, especially we've seen in the survey, and also UDL has also been something, or the UDL has been something that students seem to be in favor of. So from the perspective of a student, I think that those two would be the most and this agrees with what Dr. Wells said earlier, but I think that those would be the most beneficial for students at our schools.
Vice President Doss.
So assume that we're kind of putting some suggestions out there, some things that we'd like to see. I know that training was mentioned. I think that training is important. I'd like to see some emphasis around recruiting and some additional help with that. I could imagine that that's overwhelming right now. And I think that it helps in all the different, aspects and things that we're looking at, right? Because we're looking at the students and trying to enhance everything that we're providing them. And so, enhancements in recruiting and bringing in, additional, folks to, help with, all the things that we have going on and to kind of fill in the spaces, where we don't have people, in those slots, I think it'll really be a game changer. So, but it's not going to be, easy. And I don't know if it's fair to kind of just put it all on the existing folks. So maybe some additional resources around that to help with that process. Because I can imagine that could be pretty overwhelming. So that would be one of the suggestion for me. And then in terms of training, I think being very specific and intentional about the type of training, I think warrants like another kind of detailed discussion, because there's specific things that we need to work on, right? And so we have like different committees and we're all meeting and talking about those different things. So, making sure that we're all on the same page and that what we do, sign up for and bring into the district aligns with all the other stuff that we're working on. So there's not like a whole bunch of different, groups and different things like working on all this, different stuff that we're laser focused on the one goal. So kind of just, collaborating and making sure that all aligns, I think would be beneficial as well. So, but what I really would like to see is a really kind of focus on recruiting and specifically filling in spaces where we have gaps.
Thank you. So I think I'm hearing some agreement about, sorry, Trustee Boyd. Sorry, I'm having issues.
Sorry, I literally
seeing the hands.
I just put my
fade
hand
into the background. Go ahead.
No, you didn't. You did nothing wrong. I just put my hand up. I just wanted to throw support behind UDL and also supporting having counseling services, expanding counseling services. Like when we were talking earlier with the student presentation, we were talking about mental health check-ins, and then one of the student presenters was noting what Trustee Dana was just, I think, referencing as well, how sort of backlogged counselors can be, and the idea that, a check-in might be some sort of like an automatic email or something like that. And that just feels so cold. And I would hope that, which is not to suggest at all that our counselors are not taxed to the maximum place and that they're supposed to find more hours in their day. That's not possible. So I would love to support our counseling services as much as possible. And then the last thing I wanted to say is on with regard to training for professional development, just something that I'm always concerned about is anti-racism training and training with regard to bias. Particularly as we have talked in previous meetings about issues with the achievement gap and students who routinely are not performing at the levels of some other students. So just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Great, thank you. So I think Dr. Shin and Superintendent Wells, you should let me know if my summary still leaves you feeling like you need more guidance, but I'm hearing support for the principles that you articulated around having some staff and training to deepen the work on UDL and MTSS. I do think you mentioned, I think, Superintendent Wells, that there has been some additional investment in counseling or mental health. I don't know which sort of aspects of that, but I think it would be good for the board to be able to hear in a subsequent update or our next mental health update what that is, because I also am hearing that folks want to understand what we are doing to support the priorities of mental health, which have come up repeatedly by the board and then again by the students tonight. So with that, I think the other question that I have for a future update is we do have a TSA right now who's working on assessment specifically, and I thought they were also doing a little bit of this work on UDL possibly, but we haven't heard details about what that position is doing. So I think we also need a little bit of an update about what all these new positions are doing and how they're interacting with each other. You know, it seems great, the idea of having this training in conjunction with the EdTech TSA and the assessment TSA to sort of move us toward a layer of people that's able to think holistically about how we're doing real universal design for learning, you know, responding to some of the concerns the students brought up. So I feel like the board is endorsing your idea, but we're also wanting some more information about how we're increasing our support for mental health and counseling, and then how all of these different endeavors are sort of working together, both how the people are working together and how the strategies are aligning. So does that give you enough to move forward and bring it back to us?
Yeah, I will, and we'll bring it back to you on a review and action with those details, and also being able to articulate how those positions you just mentioned, i.e. the assessment, the TSA position, and this coordinator position for UDL and MTSS, social emotional learning and mental health, would be a team that would be working together holistically. And so we'll be ready to bring that back on December 14th at our next board meeting. So I really appreciate the board giving feedback. Please be reminded, our goal tonight was to give you front load you with the information we just received so that you have that and not assume a proposal without having the board weigh in and give direction. And so we have some ideas, but we didn't want to do that without hearing from you. So I find this to be a really, really clear, articulated, marching order-like approach. So thank you. Yes, I'm clear.
Vice President Doss, do you want to have the last word before we move on?
Yeah, just real quick, you know, talked about like the different, you know, positions and things like that. I just want to make sure that there's also action plan around how we're going to go about filling those roles, and that there's support behind that as well, because we can identify a lot of different issues that we have, and we can identify that, you know, mental health is important and that there's different things we need to do in order to support that. But if we don't have like a clear-cut plan, and we don't put things behind like being able to like fill those roles, then they'll just be really important open positions that aren't filled. So I want to make sure that that is also incorporated in that, and that the support is there, so we don't, you know, create 5 positions and then just say, now what, right? Because especially in terms of mental health, like that's really how everybody needs that right now, and that's every district is looking for counselors and nurses, and they are not as readily available as they have been in the past. So if we don't have a clear-cut plan as to how we're going to bring those individuals in, then it's going to be tough. So just making sure that we're thinking about that as well as we're moving forward.
Thank you, Vice President Doss. If I may just make one note, when we think about stretching those dollars over a 5-year span. And we want to do that. We don't want to hire a position for just 1 year. It does need to be more of a long-term plan. So whatever we implement is sustainable and takes a hold. That roughly leaves us about $150,000 a year, which really only amounts to 1 FTE. So as much as we want to fill all the gaps that we have in the district, that money does not allow for us to invest in too many personnel.
But in addition to that, with the team, we could still incorporate those concepts that Vice President Trustee Doss mentioned. So we heard you loud and clear and we get it. And so thank you. We can certainly incorporate that.
Great, thank you. Well, our next item happens to be about recruitment. So just as a heads up, we are running a little over an hour behind and we have a postponed item to come forward. So we now move to item, can't read my own writing, 13B, teacher recruitment and retention.
The teacher recruitment is a 90-minute presentation. I'm asking her to give an abbreviated version of 12 minutes. And so that we have ample time for Q&A. And so a person you don't typically see presenting in public is now presenting in public because it's on a topic that's near and dear to us, and that is personnel. What kind of people we bring into our district, what kind do we keep in our district, and all of that stuff surrounding that primary issue. And so I'll introduce to you our very own Chief of Human Resources. We have Marina Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Wells, for that introduction. I am, good evening, everyone. I am a little bit under the weather. I'm calling it allergies, but I'm heavily dependent on cough drops, so I might have to pop one in here in a second. So tonight we have somewhat of a brief presentation for you on our plan for teacher recruitment and retention. And so I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so here in the title, you will notice that this is part one of what we expect to be at least a 3-part series, with part one being just our sort of outline of our plan on how we intend to recruit this year. And then part two will be, the progress that we've made. And then part three will be the results of, the outcome of our efforts. Okay. So here we have the board's goal number 1, objective 1.1. Just as a reminder, I know, excuse me, we just approved these recently, so they should be fresh on your mind. But the goal, objective 1.1, is to attract, hire, train, and retain a highly qualified and diverse certificated staff that reflects the diversity of our student population. So what does that mean for us? Well, first we needed to figure out what is, what are the demographics of our student population versus our certificated staff population. So we pulled this data here. This is our student enrollment by ethnicity and race. And what you'll notice is that really we only have, I think, 7 or 8 groupings. And I grouped them this way because this is how, excuse me, how the state of California groups teachers by ethnicity and race. And so I thought in order for us to sort of do a comparison, like an apples to apples, we would do that here as well. So that's not to, to leave anyone out. And what the state of California also does is that if a student or a staff member identifies as being Hispanic or Latinx, even if they have other mixed heritages, they are grouped into one grouping, and that is Hispanic, where that's not the same in the other groupings. So here you'll see that they're listed as, folks are listed as, Asian, not Hispanic, Filipino, not Hispanic, and so on. And so I'm having a hard time seeing my screen. I'm gonna make it smaller just so I can see it. What you'll see is that about a third of our students are white, not Hispanic. Another approximately third of our students are Asian, not Hispanic. And then we have about 70% Hispanic or Latinx, and then 70% of 2 or more races. So we have a very diverse population. Whereas, if we move on to our teachers by ethnicity and race, excuse me, you'll see this, this huge big block here in the blue. This is 74% of our teaching staff is white, not Hispanic. And then followed by 11% Asian and 10% Hispanic. So very disproportionate, as you can see. And then I also did just a little side by side here. And for me, the ones to note where there was the sort of like the largest disparity was in the Asian grouping, where 27% of our students are Asian, but only 11% of our teachers and counselors are Asian. Again, down in 2 or more races, 17% of our students are 2 or more races, and only 1% of our teachers and counselors. And then 33% of our student population is white, but 74% of our teachers and counselors are white. And that's how that is just for AUSD. So I borrowed these slides from a presentation that I received given by school services. And what they noted here was in the state of California, they have the breakdown of teachers by ethnicity and race. And 61% of California teachers are white. And they made a note here that 21% of teachers are Hispanic, and they really only identified those 2 groups. And what they were attempting to show was how the inverse when it comes to the students, California students, where 55% of students are Hispanic and only 21% of our student population is white. And so what that was meant to do was just to show how the diversity of California's teacher workforce does not mirror the current student population, right? And so some of the challenges in trying to, create a staff that mirrors your student population is going to be very challenging, just because that's not what the teacher workforce is in the state of California. And then, of course, other major challenges that California schools and what we're hearing, schools across the country are facing are teacher shortages. So then given those challenges, what are we going to do as a district to try to meet our goal and our objective 1.1? So starting with how do we attract? Well, we're going to advertise with specialized associations, communities, and universities to encourage candidates of color to apply. So this could mean if we are seeking to recruit, let's say, African-American teachers and counselors, we might want to advertise with historically Black universities that offer teaching credentialing programs, as an example. Additionally, we want to let our potential applicants know that diversity is a priority for us. So of course, in our advertising materials, we're going to commit to diversity and equity so that they know what our values are. build relationships with partner universities. So currently we have, last I checked, I think we have 10 MOUs with universities that offer teaching credential programs. And you've seen them. We pass those MOUs so that their students can come on our campuses and participate as student teachers. So building relationships with those universities, for instance, one example could be that we reach out to Cal State East Bay and we say, hey, send us all your student teachers, we'll take them all, as a way to create a pool for ourselves of potential applicants that would be interested in working for our district. And then finally, encourage classified staff to earn teaching credentials, which we've done. We've had a few folks who we've grown ourselves here, who were once paras and then became teachers. Hiring. So I think what's something that's long overdue, and this is not to be critical of my HR of past, HRs before me and or our sites and how they build their panels. But I think something that's long overdue is diversifying our interview panels to include teachers, support staff, and even parents of color on our interview panels. Training. So once our teachers are hired, how do we get them trained so that they are performing and delivering the type of instruction that we value, and that is to continue to provide essential professional development in areas such as anti-racist teaching, social emotional learning, and universal design for learning. And then finally, retaining. This one is a tough one because, again, it goes hand in hand with teacher shortages. Folks are either not joining the profession or they're leaving the profession. And or in the Bay Area, we're seeing folks that are just getting priced out of the area. So this is a challenging one. But then there's also the retention in terms of sometimes when it doesn't work out, when we didn't quite select the right person and we have to part ways. And so what we have here is that retention starts with selecting the right person. And how are we going to go about doing that? Well, what we're proposing is to, in conjunction and in collaboration with our principals and some of our teachers, to develop a system-wide agreement on what we consider as a great educator. Starting with what is our plan for continuous improvement? What are our guiding principles and practices? What are our values? And from that, develop traits of what we consider a great educator. And use this document to then inform not just our interview process, but going all the way back to the beginning, which is using this to inform how we recruit, what we say in our advertisements, how we select which applicants we want to interview, what our interview questions are, et cetera, all the way through the entire process. And so again, this is just the beginning. This is the plan, right? We still have to go through developing some of these pieces and then implementing it as we begin to recruit early next year. And that is a brief presentation.
Thank you so much. I hope you can swallow some cough drops. Thank you for sticking with it. Board, well, I'm going to ask a question while the board regroups. On the retention issue, what about, I think your discussion is sort of about teachers that don't work out, but are there things that the district is thinking about for teachers that we would love to stay, but they leave? What efforts do we make to sort of figure out why they might have left. And I guess I'm thinking in particular about, there's a lot of evidence that teachers of color in districts where there are very few other teachers of color often are more likely to leave, I guess. So I guess could you speak to what efforts do we make to figure out why teachers leave voluntarily? And then what are some thoughts about how we can make retention, part of that goal of as we attract more teachers of color, we hope, how do we continue to support and retain them so that they're not leaving?
I really, really appreciate that question because we spend years studying that issue. Once upon a time, many of us thought that teachers would leave because of low pay. And they leave because of the lack of welcoming environment that lacks inclusiveness, environment that has a sense of not feeling like you belong. And so that's one thing in terms of the climate and our Chief Human Resource, Marina Gonzalez, could answer the rest, but that's one of the primary reasons for losing teachers prematurely, and especially when you talk about teachers of color. And so you have to have the readiness and the inclusive environment where folks feel welcome and appreciated. And when they don't feel that way, they leave no matter how much you pay them.
And then just to answer your question about what we're doing to find out why teachers leave voluntarily. So up until now, it's just been sort of a question on the resignation form about why they're leaving. But something that we've been thinking about are like exit interviews, whether they, maybe not a full in-person, but like an extensive questionnaire about why the person might be leaving voluntarily so that we can begin to collect that data.
Great, thank you. Other board questions or comments? Really appreciate seeing the data too. That's really helpful. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Lyra.
I'm wondering, I think you mentioned like during the hiring process, like potentially including like parents of color. I'm wondering if possible to like, I don't know if it's allowed to include students of color, like students from the communities that like are being hired for, or like something along those lines. I'm just wondering, like maybe it could also be possible to like ask alumni to step in to these like teacher interviews and perhaps provide input based off of their own experiences with faculty. Yeah, I don't know if that was coherent. I'm like really tired.
I like that idea, especially to have alumni participate.
Trustee Duran.
A couple of things, maybe three. One is in terms of selecting the right person. If the priority is to find, obviously, teachers, quality teachers, that sort of is the given, of course, across the road, across the whole thing. But ultimately, when we talk about, I should keep this behind, huh? When we talk about priorities, if we're really looking for diversity, then we should assign certain points for specifically that, right? So that diversity is a key factor, and then other things as well, like how well does that person work with kids, diverse kids as well, right? So that it all folds into each other, and we have a scale where anybody on the panel would understand we are looking for teachers of color in particular, because that is where we have a big hole, right? So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out. Another thing is, I think student trustee Lita mentioned it already, but I'm thinking about, partnerships with the universities where it's not just the traditional sending out notices to them, but really visiting those campuses and getting really well acquainted with the people in the ed departments who are training these potential teachers, and you or somebody in HR would go out and really have a powerful relationship with them, because that in the end is right. It's people who knows people, that kind of thing. So I don't know if that's on the list of things to do when you say, developing relationships, build relationships with partner universities, what exactly that means. You don't have to talk about it, but I think that's so key. And the other thing is, how do we build from within? And you mentioned paraprofessionals, and I'm wondering if we could also take it a step further and have potentially a student club at the high school, something where there may be students already who are, I think we've had a couple who've commented that they are interested in they thought about becoming teachers. And if we could, start some club where we're really supporting students that might be interested in becoming teachers, so that they'll remember us and hopefully come back and want to work in our schools. And that would be a double value, because they already have gone through the system, so they know what Albany's like. So I would like to put that out for for the high school to start doing something like that. So that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? So we will see part 2 in sometime in the spring when you are feeling better. So thank you again for the information, the discussion, and we look forward to hearing more about the next steps. So we're now moving to review and action, and we're gonna, sorry, Trustee Lara, go ahead.
You can finish your thought. I was just going to say that I need to go. I'm going to head out now. Yeah.
All right. So first we're going to bid farewell to Trustee Lira.
Good night.
See you next time.
Have a good night.
And then we're going to move to our review and action items. So we have a personnel assignment order that the board wanted to have further discussion about before voting on. And I think there were 2 board members. I think the first one that raised a question about it was Trustee Duran.
Okay, and specifically with respect to the Director of Technology, I know we discussed it at our last meeting, and I wanted to recommend to the board that we advertise this position. I know we have a candidate an inside candidate that looks perfect for the position, but I believe, and so I'm not talking about personalities or anything like that. I'm really talking, I think about the process that the board has, and I thought the district had, which is to go outside. I mean, when we have a position at this level, that we open it up in a broader fashion, that we open it up to the outside. And so that really is my recommendation, that we follow our procedure and keep this position, advertise this position at least once in the outside, to the outside world.
I just want to give a point of clarification of some facts. We have 2 processes, one where we open it up, and 2 where we, on a rare occasion, appoint. And so appointing is part of the process that we've used and have several precedents for that. So I just wanted the board to have the facts. And that was it for now.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. I guess I'm saying that I would still like to see the position open. That's my viewpoint.
Trustee Davidson, you were the other.
Yeah, so so it sounds like we don't have a clear policy on our hiring process then. Because my understanding, I was hired by the district, was that we advertise positions, and even when, if you're temporary or something, then it can come open again, you still have to reapply. This is a director level position, and it has an impact over a department that we've had a lot of conversation about. And I don't know if this person is right for it or not, but I think that we should have a course and stay a course. And we need to, in the interest of transparency with our community, we need to take steps like advertising a position so everybody knows it's available. It's also adding a position back in that we previously had to cut due to a budget issue. And now we have the budget for it because we really need it. So I'm going to agree with Trustee Duran that I'll say yes to the rest of this personnel assignment order happily, but I can't approve this one. I think we need to follow another protocol.
I wonder, would it be helpful to hear from the superintendent, oh, that's me, about my rationale for bringing this forward? I think that might be helpful, or is that totally irrelevant?
I think that'd be really helpful.
I think it's definitely relevant, as long as it's, around the position itself and not the individual.
Yeah, I was thinking on rare occasion, one of the things we do, we go out and recruit the best, brightest, and the finest. And sometimes you find that in-house. And sometimes on the rare occasions where I brought people before you to be appointed, and you've done that a few times, in-house promotional-like positions, it was based on them having outstanding evaluation performances. The person we're referencing, typically we don't talk about personnel matters unless it's something super positive. The person I brought before you, the thinking behind that was because this person met and exceeded every performance objective we've ever had for him. And with that level of outstanding performance that has been proven, we didn't want to risk losing the opportunity to have that kind of talent fill that position. When you go through a process, and a process is good, and I'm in favor of going through a process, but those who have been in the ranks, like myself, for 24 years in administration, hiring thousands of people, you don't always get the best and brightest through an interview process, because the performance may be one thing and a real performance may be just the opposite. And so that was my rationale for taking advantage of having the kind of talent that we have that has demonstrated performance beyond and exceedingly expectation and standards for the position, was my rationale. And I think that's important to note. In addition to that, I thought, unless it changed, that the hiring process and the purview was within the superintendent. And so I wanted to be mindful that it either is one day and then the next day it's not. I'm getting kind of a little confused. But if I can have some clarity too, that would be good in the future, so that I know how to proceed or not to proceed when it comes to personnel, because something has changed, but I'm not aware of it. So anyway, that I thought I'd share.
I mean, I'm happy to give the clarity, which is that the board has governance over what kinds of hiring processes we use, right? So do we or do we not require that certain levels of positions be advertised publicly, or do we have processes in which we do not need to advertise positions properly? That is within the purview of the board. That's a policy question. The question of who's hired to fill those positions is the superintendent's purview. I think this position is the situation is a little fuzzy for me, because it's it's been framed a couple of different ways. And so sometimes positions come to us where we're sort of reclassifying somebody up. We're giving a different title or moving a position into to better reflect responsibility or to promote somebody. So we're taking one person and we're moving them into a different title and a higher level position, but we're not then backfilling their position. We're just promoting them. I'm not sure which category this falls into, whether it's a new director position, in which case we have typically followed an application process for those, an open hiring process, which most public agencies do for high-level positions, or whether we're sort of reclassifying this person into a director position, and then it's not clear what happens to the position that this person had before. So I would appreciate some clarification about what this is exactly. If we're reopening and reinstating the director position, then the question of whether that needs to be publicly advertised is, to my mind, absolutely a policy question that is within the purview of the board to discuss. But I'm a little unclear about what we're talking about here. Are we rewarding performance, or are we creating a new position? Those seem like two different things.
Thanks for the question and the opportunity to give clarification. I think it's best to turn that over to our HR person, but I don't know if I want to hear her talk. But we're very good. Let's give her a moment to put a few, whatever she needs to help her talk a little bit.
For me, it's the latter. To answer your question, President Hinckley, this is a promotion based on performance, but also that there is a need for this position in the district to lead the technology department in the direction that you saw earlier in the presentation in our tech update. We need someone with expertise to be able to do that. The technology department is currently housed under CBO Kim, but I'm going to speak for her. She's no expert in this area, right? She can manage and oversee that department, but she's not going to have the expertise in technology to be able to lead specifically the staff that work in that department. And so we are recommending this person for a promotion into a directorship. I hope that answers your question.
And so it's not clear that there would then be the filling of, at this point, it's either the promotion or we create a director position and then possibly this person would no longer have a job, I guess. I'm trying to understand what the different pathways are here.
Meaning that we would eliminate the current,
right, the title that he holds right now.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that unknown? We don't know whether we're going to add additional staff to the tech department. Okay.
Well, that's unknown.
Vice President Doss.
So this is a tricky one here. I'm going to try my best, but we're going to have a tough conversation. And so I want everybody to work with me, okay? Because the conversation has to be had, but it's not going to be an easy one. And so here it goes. I feel like we are being put in a really tough, unfair position at this time because we're having to choose between fair hiring practice and rewarding someone that's been busting their butt all through COVID. And I don't know if we should really have to make that decision. And what I mean by that, I want to make sure I'm clear. If we don't follow the process, right, of opening this up and allowing people to apply, then we don't allow for diversity to be included in, not just about race, diversity of someone from outside of the district with different perspectives and different ideas. Maybe we still hire the person, but maybe someone that we interview from outside of the district says a really good idea during their interview. We're missing the opportunity for all of that because we have this need to always hire from within because that's how we want to reward hard work. I don't think that we have to do that. I think that we should compensate people for the work that they do and that nobody should have to work for free. But I think that you can do that while still having fair hiring practices. We have an amazing superintendent. He's doing a wonderful job. I'm so happy he's here. But based on our current hiring practices,
thank you, Brian.
He would not be here based on how we have been doing hiring. Because we just hire from within and promote up, which is good because you want to support people moving up and moving forward. But if we follow the practices that we've been consistently doing for the past few months, there would be no Dr. Wells. We would have just hired from within people who have been doing amazing work in the district. And so what I'm saying is we're taking the opportunity that was given to our superintendent, who is now doing an amazing job as the first Black male superintendent ever in the district. He's doing an amazing job. But he was given that opportunity because we opened up the hiring to allow everybody to apply. And then we hired the best person for the job based on everybody, coming in, competing, things like that. I hope I'm saying that the right way, not trying to offend anybody or hurt anybody's feelings or anything like that. I'm just saying that this is how we have to approach it if we want to bring in diverse ideas, diverse people, and open up the opportunities to people. We have to actually open up the opportunity. But that doesn't mean that we cannot reward and compensate the people that have been doing the work. You can do both. You can do it through bonuses. You can do it through raises. Because here's the thing, and I could be wrong. Double check if you want to. But if you pay me $200,000 a year, but my title is still Jim the Floor Man, it doesn't bother me. If my paycheck is higher, I don't care what my title is. I don't need you to change my title if my paycheck's higher. So if we say, hey, we're going to open up this position, other people are going to apply. You can also apply. You've been doing an amazing job. You got a leg up. In the meantime, since you have been doing the job and you've been killing it, here's a raise.
Trustee Vice President Doss.
And so
that's a very powerful argument, not because you're using me as an example, but I like to keep an open mind. I think I just need clarity moving forward because we've been engaging in both practices. One where we promote, like I recommended tonight, then the other part where we have a full-fledged process. And so the issue is, do we still have both processes or do we abandon one and only have it where we have this process for everyone moving forward? But we do have a precedent.
I think that's what so you jumped in right before my big finale. That was my big finale.
I was impressed with your argument. My apologies.
I appreciate it. But my big finale was going to be consistency is key and that this should be the process moving forward. It's the fair way to go about it. And then that way, everybody gets a fair shake, and it doesn't feel like, it doesn't put you in an awkward position where you feel like we're kind of picking and choosing which. It's just consistent, across the board. Anyway, that was mine. Thank you for the time. I know it's late.
I just want to say to the board, I really appreciate this kind of discourse. And I think this is a pure example of why it's healthy to have disagreements and wonderful discourse and be hard on issues and soft on people. I heard what Trustee Davidson said, and I was leaning that way, like, that makes good sense. And I heard what Trustee Adoran said, and then Trustee Vice President Doss. I'm okay. Maybe I need to have clarity. Maybe we just need to have one way. I don't know, but I wanted to support the board direction, whatever you decide tonight. I just want you to know I would enthusiastically go with your directive, but a directive would give me clarity.
I mean, so I still think there's some uncertainty here about what the implications are of different pathways. So first, I think the board has been pretty crystal clear for a long time that director level positions are really what we're focused on in terms of wanting an open hiring process. I think, that's a level of position that it specifically says in our governance handbook is different from other lower level positions where there may be more movement of people and promotions and reclassifications. This is a director level position. There are very few director level positions in the district. There are positions that are supposed to be discussed with the board. It was a hard decision to remove this position a few years ago. The area of ambiguity is what I'm hearing from folks is that this is a promotion in the sense that if we create a director position, we would be eliminating the position that is currently being held by this person. And so it's not as if we are creating an additional position. You are wanting to promote this, change his existing position into a director position from what it is. So I just wanted to confirm that. So if we had an open hiring process and this person did not get the position, then he would no longer have a position at the district, is what that's what I'm trying to piece together. But I just want to emphasize that this is the reason the board is elevating this is because it's a director position. I know there are folks that we've hired that didn't go through a hiring process, which the board has had also some concerns about. And then we have had also situations where people are promoted or reclassified, which I don't think the board is concerned about, except if it's into a director position. So I don't think there's consensus that every single position that's ever created or reclassified needs to go through an entire public process. But for tonight, I want us to focus on the matter before us, which is what do we do about this position? And the other part can stay later. So I have heard, I think, 3 board members say that they would like this to be openly advertised. So I'll go back to Trustee Davidson and then see if we have a solution for this position tonight, or if we move the rest of the consent calendar, the PAO without it. Go ahead, Trustee Davidson.
Well, I think it's really important if we're talking about rewarding this individual for service and then cutting the position that the individual holds. I think that has other implications. So I would maybe ask that we table this part of the discussion for our next meeting and have, the district staff work on it a little bit more, what's actually going to happen with this, and then we can approve the rest of the personnel assignment order.
Madam Chair, President Hinckley, can I ask a question of clarification, and I appreciate that. Director position or above. I want to ask a question that would be clear to me. If this was a position that was a basic administrative position, lower than a director, would that be a non-issue? I just want to know all the parameters moving forward in the future.
I think I want us to just focus on this position right now. So
Okay.
we can have a, we don't have an agendized item about HR policies. We're
Okay,
just
got it.
talking about this position. And unless your question informs what you would do in response.
No, thank you for that.
Okay, so Trustee Davidson, one option is that someone make a motion to approve the PAO without that position.
I move that we approve the PAO without the Director of Technology.
Second.
Was that Trustee Boyd that seconded?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Student Trustee Dana?
Yes.
And Student Trustee Lyra is absent. Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Jerome?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
No.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Was that everyone? Okay. I thought we went in a circle, but okay. So the personnel assignment order, is approved with the exception of the Director of Technology position, and the staff will bring back to the board a plan for addressing that position in December. All right, we move to our next review and action item, 14A, Independent Contractor Services Agreement with Maureen Burness, Special Education Consultant. Director Biggs.
I am so happy to address the board this evening. Good evening, board and Superintendent Wells. As a recap from our meeting last week regarding the proposal for the special education audit, this item this evening is regarding the consultant, Maureen, who we selected based on various conversations with our SELPA, who had high regards for her consultant efforts with various different districts in the area. And so the proposal for this evening is to approve the contract for working with Maureen to follow suit with the board's directive for a special education audit that we had brought to various stakeholders. And can you go down a little bit, Julie? I'm so sorry. That really looks at various different aspects, not just the overdue assessments, but also managing procedural compliance, student achievement, and inclusive practices, as well as CDE complaints and due processes. And there's attachments to this, which has the essential questions that came out of the various stakeholders to really drive the special education audit. So the physical information for Maureen and the efforts, as I mentioned last week, was negotiated, and the total cost is not to exceed about $18,705, which is equivalent to about $1,250 a day, which is an 8-hour day, which is not a consistent day, but spread over time. So I don't know if the board has any questions, but I'd love to answer them.
Thank you so much. Trustee Duran.
Just one comment and two questions. The comment, I remember, Dr. Biggs, at the last meeting, that you kind of raised the issue. You said you raised it as an issue of trust and trusting your judgment. And I don't think that there is a question of trust here. I mean, I don't think any question about this contract has to do with trust at all. I think it's more, once again, process and procedure. And so my first question is, when you said we selected Maureen Burness, who is we?
The we is me, and that is based on my determination and review of various consultant agencies that are out there. And we could have selected, and I could have selected a different agency. I could have selected someone that would come in and would provide a completely different approach to reviewing our district's special education program, based on the stakeholders' opinion, my work with the district to date. I understand that we need to have an approach that is more of a qualitative approach and more of speaking to the stories our families, our students, our families, and our teachers have experienced for the past years in Albany Unified School District. And so I selected this individual based on my relationship with the district, my understanding about what our district needs, and understanding our special education program. So we could go out and we could find a different consultant, but I truly feel that Maureen would be able to do justice for what the board and the community is seeking.
And I do want to acknowledge that Dr. Biggs is taking ownership, but the we did include me giving him thumbs up on the consultant. So there was somewhat of a team approach. And I trust that this person will give us the information we need to help guide our footsteps in becoming significantly better in the area of special ed.
I guess my second question, once again, it's not about trust. It's about process and just what the board just finished talking about, which is, opening it up so we would get a variety of candidates. And if Dr. Biggs, you as probably the head of an interview committee would certainly be able to articulate exactly all the points he just made, and that a committee would in fact, recommend the person that fits that exact criteria. And who knows who's out there and whether there's other people. I'm guessing that there are other people out there that do qualitative work as well and do a good job as well.
So Trustee Duran, I appreciate that. When we talk about process, I think one, the community and the board has asked for this audit. And when we talk about processes, is this the best time for us to do this audit? I don't want to say yes, but I am doing it in respect to the board. And that may not be a process that is governed within our community, within our board regulations, but we are doing this right now because the board has asked for it. And much like everything else, we are dealing with staffing shortages. We are dealing with students that are returning to schools. And so I am doing my best to be able to respond to the board's request. If it was my determination, we would not be doing this audit right now because we're in crisis. And we've mentioned, and I've talked to you about this before, we are in crisis. An audit right now is not something that is going to shed light on anything that is not evident for around the world right now. But it is going to help us in some regards to understanding some of the underlying systems within our district. And I appreciate that. But when we talk about trying to move forward, there is trust that needs to happen, because like anything with our superintendent, we trust that he's going to show us the way and he's going to help us with things. He has given me a position to be able to help our Department of Special Education to show the way. I've selected somebody who I feel, and my mentors and my colleagues within the surrounding area have promoted to me as being somebody who can help us with this. And so I request from the board that piece to allow us to do our job in respects to the board's requests for this audit.
I appreciate your being forthright, honest, and you know, my response is I just heard you say that you don't really see the audit as a priority. I mean, it's certainly something that I think the parents have wanted for a long time, and I think the board has respected that request from the parents and also have felt there's a need for it. But given all that you've said in terms of the real crisis in the district right now and all the things you're confronting and trying to address, maybe we don't have to move on the audit so quickly. If maybe we should step back and take a little bit more time, and then we also have the time to look at more people out that are out there, so that we're not rushing this because you feel that, you know, we're demanding this, and I know the parents want it, but it can happen. But maybe we have just a little bit more time now, and you can focus once again on those things that you're saying are really dire and that need to be addressed.
I really appreciate that. But I also want to just say that I also see this as an opportunity for the community to have a healing process. And I really, truly believe that having this consultant will help connect the community, our families, our students, our staff with the trauma. And I'm going to say it is trauma that they've experienced over the past couple of years, specifically regards to the pandemic. And so while it may not be something that I feel is a priority with regards to the systems and supports within our Department of Special Education, I do see it as an opportunity for our families and our community to be able to process everything that they've been through, and for us to be able to get to a place where we can be better as a community. And so I am managing so much right now with our Department of Special Education. Our district is managing so much right now with coming back to in-person learning and trying to make sense of this. But having someone come in and give us a little bit more insight, it could be very helpful. It is not a priority for me, but it is definitely something that I want. So I don't want to be remiss by that fact. I do see there to be value. I am just very overwhelmed with everything that we're dealing with.
Let me just add this. One size does not fit all. And the board has been wanting this, I believe, for over 3 years. And it's a reason why the board hasn't had a special ed audit. I've been meeting with the former superintendent, Val Williams. And let me just tell you, when I got here and when we started exploring the audit, we discovered that there's really hardly anybody out there who does special ed audits. So it's not like a normal process where you advertise and people are readily available. This is a unique, specialized area with very few people with the kind of skill set that we identified in this consultant. And so we went out and did all the how. And we have this person ready to go. And we're excited about getting some feedback to help guide and give us some direction and point out some areas that we do well and point out some of our big holes and how best to fill them. And so I just wanted the board to have a more of a complete context on this process, whereby we don't have people readily available to do this. And it's something that the board's been wanting for over 3 years. And we're finally at the point where we can have it. And so we may even lose this person by saying, oh, hey, we want a process, and we have a process and nobody applies. And then we start from ground zero again. And then maybe in a couple of years, we can have an audit. So I'm really concerned about any stalling right at this point. When we're ready, finally have the person to go. And then we say, okay, sorry, they're not going to want to do business with us because we would do business like that.
Yeah.
And so our reputation would make it out there where we are in bigger trouble in terms of ever having a special ed audit.
I don't want to lose Maureen either. And that's the thing is like, I've been working with Maureen for the past 2 months to be able to bring this to the board. And it is, as I mentioned before, this is a business. And it is a hardship to try to find individuals that are in the field, that have the skill set, that have the experience to be able to provide this opportunity for us. I see that. And Maureen will be able to provide us a lens. And this is something that I say to all our families. This is going to be a snapshot in time. I wish the snapshot in time was not during this period right now, but it is. And we're going to get the snapshot and we're going to get an idea of what we need to do better. And our families, our community are going to be very excited about the report that Maureen provides to us, because it's going to give us as a district, it's going to give you as a board ideas of how we can do things better.
Simply my last comment is that at the last board meeting, some of our parents with students in special education were, from what I felt, responded in surprise that we had somebody already that we wanted to do the audit, that they were surprised that it was not being open. And so.
Trustee Duran, from my understanding from both Neary as well as, Cheryl Thies, it wasn't a surprise about the individual that was selected. It was about how it was presented. And what they didn't want, and from my conversations with them after the board meeting, was that they didn't want a quantitative, physical approach. They wanted something that was different. And it was something different that wasn't communicated clearly. They wanted a qualitative approach, which is what we're proposing to the board. We want to be able to hear from our families. And Maureen is working towards being able to provide focus groups, interviews, rating scales, whatever it is to get the feeling from our district so we can do something different. And I can speak to both those community members that spoke out, is that's what they were asking for. They were not asking for what happened 3 years ago or how many years it was with regards to the physical impact about paraeducators. They're asking about what is happening within special education, what is happening on the ground level with our families, our teachers, our administrators, and how can we do things differently. And when I selected, and I did select Maureen, she was saying, I am not doing this if it was going to be a physical impact. It's about, or a physical, quantitative, review. It's about the qualitative aspect that she's looking for.
So I just want to speak to the issue of the process piece, because I think we're moving into a terrain in which when the board raises issues of process, like putting contracts out to bid or conducting open hiring processes, we're told that we're slowing things down. We're made to, it's presented as if we're an obstacle to people being able to make decisions. And I think I just want to really reaffirm that, the reason that public agencies do things like requests for proposals, like requiring a comparison of bids, like putting things out, like doing open hiring processes, is because we're entrusted as a board with the responsibility to use our resources wisely and to ensure that we're not engaging in practices of, whatever, patronage or, the kinds of things that are the reason that public contracting laws exist. So personally, I'm, comfortable with this arrangement and moving forward with this audit as is, but I believe that as a team, we need a recalibration here about what the expectations are for processes going forward, because we can't continue to have situations in which the board is essentially told we've made these decisions and you need to okay them because we've already essentially been operationalizing them. So we need to have a discussion about what kinds of contracts need to go out to bid. When I started, all of the large contracts, everything like this would go out to bid, and we need to, I think, readdress how we're ensuring that our hiring processes respect that same set of principles. So I just want to frame that because I'm not comfortable with the tone that if we ask for a process, that means that somehow we're introducing some complication that isn't fundamental to the act of public governance. So with that said, well, I already said I'm comfortable moving forward with this audit given the way that it's moved forward, but I'm not really comfortable with how it's been framed for us. And this has become a recurring enough theme about what the board's responsibility is that I think we need to address this in some other forum. Yeah, that's as eloquent as I can be at 12:07. And I realize we also didn't vote to extend the meeting yet, so we need to do that soon. Go ahead, Vice President Doss, and then we do need to bring some resolution to the action before us here. Yeah, Vice President Doss, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could bring the item back up. And then I'll just make kind of a quick comment around it. Let's see here. Yeah, keep scrolling down there all the way to the pricing. Okay, so total cost of the contract not to exceed 18,000. Daily rate $12.50. So the reason why I thought it was important to kind of bring that back up is that I feel like that's a substantial amount of money, and I think it's important to be respectful of people's time. Dr. Biggs did state that he's been working on this for a while with the individual that we're looking to bring on, and so what I would like to see is the process, and I think it's important to follow the process. And I think that I'm on a little bit of a different page than President Hinckley. I mean, I don't think that each time it happens, then we say, okay, we pass it that time, and then we say, oh well, we'll fix that. And it happens again, and then we say, we'll pass it this time, and then we'll. So I don't know if I'm really willing to kind of keep kicking the bucket down the road, I guess, for lack of better words. So, I think that we can just, go through the process, the way that it's intended, and get the best option for the district or whatnot, and then move forward. In the interim, it sounds like Dr. Biggs has stated that there's a lot of work to be done, and so that work can continue. We all understand the state of the situation and what you inherited, and so understanding that it's going to take time in order to get from where we were to where we're trying to be, and so I think that time needs to be had. Like, you need to allow for the new person to get in, recognize the things that were going well and continue with those, but recognize the things that weren't going well and then do everything that needs to be done in order to right the ship. And so I don't know if that amount of time has been given. I think that going through the process and getting the bids necessary to move forward with this will allow some additional time for that. So that's what I would like to see on this.
Can you can you clarify? So we either approve the contract tonight or we don't. And would provide direction for there to be an RFP process. So I'm not really.
Oh,
if
sorry.
there's
Yeah.
not
So
a
yeah.
motion on approving it, then there's not a motion. I'm not sure what position you're staking out.
Oh, so basically, to simplify it, I would like to see a RFP process for this and for other items moving forward. I don't plan on voting for this one here or for bringing a motion, forward to vote, because I think that having an RFP process is important. I think we should just do it that way.
Okay.
Moving forward. And the position that I was talking about is the director position. I think that we haven't given the director of special education enough time to actually get in and fix the things that needed to be fixed. So I feel like the auditor's gonna come in and talk about the stuff that needs to be fixed, but we already know the stuff is broken.
Got it. Sorry. In the interest of time, I want to see if
it's
the
all
5
good.
board members can state their positions succinctly. So I see Trustee Davidson's hand.
So here's the options are we either make a motion and no one seconds it, or we make a motion to have an RFP process, or none of us make a motion and this dies. How do we move this to a resolution?
If no, the item before us is this specific contract, so we can provide. First, we need to see if there's a willingness to pass this contract, and then we can discuss what happens next.
Okay, so someone needs.
Biggs, I don't know if you started to spoke.
But someone needs to make a motion. Someone needs to make a motion to.
No, if there's no motion, then it just
dies.
If you support this contract, please make a motion
to
approve it.
I just want to say, this has no, yes, I appreciate what Vice President Doss said. Yes, I want some time to be able to do my job, to be able to to correct some of the challenges that have occurred within our district, specifically with special education. I also see this as an opportunity right now for our families, our community, and our staff to have a healing process. And that's specifically because it's a qualitative review. And so I think it could be really beneficial. But I also, and also the cost is not much in comparison to others, but I just wanted to say that.
All right, so in the interest of moving this forward to see if there's any support for it, I will move that we approve the independent contractor services agreement with Maureen Burness, to see if there's a second out there.
Second.
Okay. Sorry, before we do the roll call, there is a public comment. Sorry, Julie, I'm making you switch gears.
That's okay. Just give me 1 second to bring the camera up. I mean, the camera up. Sorry.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Amy.
Hi, everyone. This is Amy Appel again. As you probably all know, I'm one of the founding members of the Albany Disability Squad and a special education parent. And, it seems to me that, and I really appreciate the position that Dr. Biggs is in. He's coming into a terrible situation, and so many things were in arrears when he got here. And the fact really is that there are a lot of corners getting cut and procedural safeguards that aren't being followed right now. So I really think that it's urgent that we kind of stop bleeding as soon as possible. So I strongly hope that you will pass this contract. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we do have a motion on the table, sorry, Zoom management. We do have a motion on the floor, table, whatever it is, with a second, so we're waiting for a roll call.
Okay, student trustee Dana. Are you still here?
I mean, it's after midnight. I think we should let the student board member off the hook.
Okay. Trustee Jerome, it starts with you.
No.
Vice President Doss.
No.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Trustee Davidson.
Yes. The contract is approved with 3 board members in support and 2 Trustee Duran and Vice President Doss voting against. All right. We next move to our second review and action item 14B, Independent Contractor Services Agreement with
President Hinckley.
President Hinckley, should we extend
Yeah.
the meeting?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you. Okay.
I move that we
I'm in
extend
denial.
the meeting by 30 minutes.
I second.
Okay.
All right, can you give me just 10 seconds to catch up to you guys? 9 minutes.
No rush.
30 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, who seconded the motion? Trustee Jerome, thank you. Okay. I think student trustee Dana is, I see her name, but I don't see her, so I will pass. Trustee Davidson, it goes to you this time.
Yes.
Trustee Jerome.
Yes.
Vice President Doss.
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes.
Trustee Boyd.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So now we turn it over to Director Borrego for the High Point Acoustic Specialties contract.
Good evening, Board President Hinckley, distinguished board members, administration, and the Albany community who is still with us. We're asking the board to review and approve an agreement with High Point Acoustic Specialties for TAC panel to supply and install TAC panel in the existing C-wing classrooms. By installing the TAC panel, it will improve the acoustic performance of the classroom, but also it will allow the classrooms to also be used in a manner where it will allow items to be hung on the classroom walls, something that is critically important to the learning environment. This work and materials will be paid for out of the bond fund, and this amount will allow the project, the Ocean View Rebuild project, to remain under budget. Are there any questions?
Questions, board? Trustee Duran.
Just one, Mr. Borrego. Could you just clarify in one of the paragraphs, it says you to promote fair and equitable learning environment. Can you translate that for me? Does that mean basically you're looking at the rest of the buildings at Ocean View and saying that it's not equitable and it's not fair at this point because they don't have a TAC panel and the others do?
In a sense, yes. The performance of the classrooms is especially important, and by providing the TAC panels, it will allow them to be able to be at the same level of performance with the new construction of the campus.
Thank you.
I can't see everyone's hands. No, I move that
There's no other hands.
Okay, I move that we approve the contractor services agreement with High Point Acoustic Specialties Inc. for tech panel supply and installation.
I second.
Trustee Jerome?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. The item passes unanimously, and we move to 14C, independent services contractor between AUSD and Bowen Electric.
Yes, this is the larger of the four items presented tonight, and it is with H.A. Bowen Electric Company. And we're asking that the board approve them to allow them to do additional low voltage and electrical work, primarily in the C wing and NPR buildings. For example, they will be installing some Rollin two-way communication call buttons. And by installing these buttons, it would also match what's existing on the new construction buildings as well. They will install voice data fax connections in specified areas. They will be reinstalling the AV speakers and rewire the reinstalled AV rack to go with it. They will be relocating clocks and speakers on the NPR stage. They will be providing additionally cabling for 4 wireless access points that the district will provide to them. They will also install new AV and data connections. They will be doing some work in the admin building by installing connections for an existing projector there. And they will also be installing ceiling mounted speakers and wall mounted projector in the resource room, and that is in C114. They will also be providing the installation of a solar powered gate arm with 4 remotes. And the larger portion of the project is that they will be removing and replacing the existing light fixtures in the NPR room or building. And they will also be installing security lighting that will run along the back driveway that runs along the creek from the front of the campus to the rear of the campus to allow parents to safely pick up their children from the portable classroom building areas in the rear. And also, finally, they will be removing and replacing the light fixtures in the kitchen. This work will also be paid from the bond fund. And with the inclusion of this work, the project will also remain under budget. Are there any questions?
Trustee Duran.
One question, Mr. Borrego. In terms of the multi-purpose room, are some of these repairs or improvements going to help us in having a place for the board to meet someday? Or is that another proposal that you'll have to bring that will still stay within the bond fund budget?
The NPR would be an excellent location to have board meetings. I think it will need to be determined what exactly would be needed to be able to hold a board meeting. As is, I would say we're pretty close to it. But that would be something to be determined as far as if there's any additional items needed.
Okay, so this would be something in the future, and the superintendent needs to work on that or have someone work on that. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions if someone wants to make a motion.
I move that we approve the independent services contractor agreement between AUSD and HA Bowen Electric for low voltage electrical work.
I second.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley,
Yes.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
and Trustee Jerome.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously. 14D, independent contractor services agreement between AUSD and Anaya Construction.
Yes, we're asking the board to approve the agreement with Anaya Construction for additional general contracting work, primarily in the ocean, the C Wing and NPR buildings on the campus. With this work, they're going to be installing some door closers. That work will be done at the admin building. But on the C Wing and NPR, on the C Wing, they will be replacing 4 plexiglass windows. They will be providing wood and metal trim around doors and windows. They will patch holes. They will scrape off leftover materials to cover some of the shoddy work that was done when they repainted that building. They will be caulking and installing trim in specified areas. There's a typo on the next item. They will be building a cover wall around it says NPR water heater, but it's actually in the SDC classroom. They will be building a cover wall around the water heater and they will paint it. They will also be installing sets of curtains and rails on the stage. Some of the rails were, for some reason, removed and disposed of when they shouldn't have, so we have to redo that. They will also be installing drywall in the NPR room where the existing partition wall existed. They will be adding drywall there. They will be installing cove basing, and the exterior of the rear of the campus where the ACC programs have lunch for the little ones, they will be leveling and compacting and putting that to the same grade as the existing concrete there. And they will also be installing fencing and gates. They will, in the kitchen, they will be removing and repainting the kitchen, as well as installing whiteboards in some of the 2 areas, as well as doing some repair work on the stage. And at the front of the school, they did not install signposts to give direction to the parents for the drop off and loading. So they're going to install permanent signposts there. This work will be paid for by the bond fund. This work also will allow the project to remain under budget. And are there any questions on this item?
Vice President Doss.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One, you talked about that we're replacing like the railing because it was like removed at some point. I'm wondering like who removed it if it wasn't supposed to be removed. Was it the company that we're now paying to replace it? Because I feel like if that's the case, if they removed it and they weren't supposed to, then they should just put it back. We shouldn't have to pay them to do that. And then my other question is, it talks about some additional like door repairs. Is this similar, or are they using the same materials that they use to fix the front door when you walk into Ocean View? Because that door is broken and has been broken and not really operational for a while. So I'm wondering if they're going to take a different approach to these additional doors, because those are kind of dangerous.
On your first question, the district had removed the curtains that were existing on the stage. The rails were not supposed to be removed, but there was at least 2, possibly 3 subcontractors that did work in that area. And nobody has admitted to removing them and putting them aside that caused them to later be disposed of. So as a result, we need those curtains and rails installed for future programs. And so for that reason, we're at this point to be able to have them functional. With respect to the doors, these are just minor door repairs, adding closers, some door sweeps and so forth. They're not door replacements. And improvements like the front doors at the entrance to the schools.
Trustee Duran.
Once again, Mr. Borrego, one question, and it's basically the same question because I need to wrap my head around this because I think it's going to be a very popular term, and I really want to understand it, about promoting fair and equitable learning environments. In this case, what does that mean?
That is a term that I will say is getting popular, and it causes us to a lot of times rethink our approach on projects, because it is a very and to be able to provide effective instruction, it can easily be felt that some students could be at a disadvantage by not providing equity. And so for that reason, I'm going to say that that's becoming a very popular and very effective way of how others view what others have at their disposal. So for that reason, we're making every effort to be able to look straight across the board and provide on one end what is being having on the other end.
So specifically, does that mean that there are some buildings that have certain things, whatever, and therefore this project will upgrade other parts of Ocean View to make it fair and equitable?
Yes, and I will say with that, the district's construction program management firm has done an excellent job to keep this project under budget, to be able to do changes like this at the end of the project because they budgeted everything extremely well. And so for that reason, I will say that because of their efforts, we're able to do just what we're doing.
I don't see any other questions, so we can take a motion.
That's my cue. I move that we approve the independent contractor services agreement between AUSD and Anaya Construction for general contracting work.
I second. That's my cue.
President Hinckley?
Yes.
Trustee Boyd?
Yes.
Trustee Davidson?
Yes.
Trustee Turon?
Yes.
Vice President Doss?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously, and we're down to our last item, amendment to the agreement with Allied Construction Services for roof repair.
Yes, this final item is that we're asking the board to approve the amendment to the agreement with Allied Construction Services with respect to the roof repair and replacement on the C wing and the NPR building. This item is a result of when the roofing contractors did a walkthrough to be able to provide proposals. That walkthrough, it was not realized that the HVAC mechanical contractor was not finished in installing equipment on the roof, primarily the C-wing roof. And so once it was realized, and the extent of equipment that is. There was piping, there was conduits, there was roof bracing, as well as small equipment that was added. And so this item is to for the contractor, for his extra time and materials, to be able to complete the work after finding out what their proposal was not based on the existing conditions once they commenced the work. And this item is also going to be paid by the bond fund. And with this item, the project will remain under budget. And we do want to say that with the completion of this final item, the district's construction program management feels that we are pretty much complete with the project, and there shouldn't be any more items coming before the board. That's the feeling on these items. Any questions?
I don't see any questions.
Okay, I move that we approve the amendment to the agreement with Allied Construction Services for roof repair of 2 existing buildings.
I second.
Trustee Boyd,
Yes.
Trustee Davidson,
Yes.
Trustee Duran,
Yes.
Vice President Doss,
Yes.
President Hinckley.
Yes. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Borrego. And we, excuse me, move to closing business, upcoming agenda items, Friday update requests, any other? So we have one item that wasn't passed, the IT director that will be coming back to us in some form. And I think that was the only follow-up item.
I guess we need to discuss our plan for a hiring process and like a bidding process.
And contracting, yeah. Okay.
And just a point of clarification, Trustee Davidson, we owe you a few questions. I think it was the TSA permanent one was a statement, and then the 3800 Chromebook question and the math department utilization of technology. So we owe you some answers.
I appreciate that. I can send an email if there's not a rush on those. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the superintendent at the next meeting is going to provide us with an update of all the technology staff. And is that correct? And also, I had requested earlier on that we have a plan that shows all the staff supports, non-school site. So the board has a better idea of all the staff that we have.
You mean for IT in particular?
Well, actually, no. I had meant it for IT in particular, but another one in general, because it was related more to my thinking about the student services coordinator 2 or something. And I said, I don't get all these different positions. So I wanted to see how many positions and what they were specifically in the different departments.
I'm not sure how much research that would take. I know the former question we can do. I'm not sure about how quickly we can get out the last one. It sounds, I tell you what, I'll call you and make sure I get clarification.
Okay, and if it's not at the next meeting in the future. Thank you.
Anything else? Vice President Doss.
Yeah, just we had talked about like the assemblies and things around that. So I guess with like a Friday update or whatnot, kind of like, you know, and then I don't know if other board members like agree or disagree. I don't know if you wanted to just quick like thumbs up or yes or nay or something like that.
What is the update that you're wanting about whether assemblies are allowed because of COVID or whether the students want to have an assembly with the board?
Yeah, like you know, the rules, you know, with COVID, you know, the rules, you know, with that kind of just, you know, what the protocols are there, and then, you know, kind of just, overall, if just how to,
Okay.
how to go about it, and
Okay. So we will have our COVID standing update again in December. So maybe we can include just a refresher on what's allowed in terms of gatherings inside and outside as part of that.
Scoop.
All right. I don't see any other items. So we are adjourned at 12:41 on November 17th. All right, team. See you in a month.